All right, good morning. Merry Christmas. Welcome to this December 19th meeting of the Trinity County Board of Supervisors. If you will stand and join us, Supervisor Carpenter Harris will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, we begin this morning with, under presentations, agriculture, item 1.1, adopt a proclamation of appreciation which recognizes Agricultural Commissioner, Sealer of Weights and Measures, Joseph A. Morio, upon his retirement from the Trinity County Agriculture and Weights and Measures Department. No fiscal impact. It is my honor and delight to read this today. Good morning. Yeah, thank you.
Good morning.
Thank you. And Angie, thank you for being here and joining him. A proclamation of the Board of Supervisors of the County of Trinity honoring Mr. Joseph Morio upon his retirement and recognizing his dedicated service to the county. Whereas Joe Morio embarked on his career at the California Department of Flood and Agriculture as a medfly trapper in Alameda County, transitioning in 1982 to Los Angeles County, where he served as an economic entomologist, contributing to programs addressing the boll weevil, olive fruit fly, Mexican fruit fly, medfly, and Japanese beetle. And whereas in 1990, Joe Morio's dedication led him to Modoc County, initially serving as agricultural biologist, weights and measures inspector, progressing to deputy, and ultimately ascending to the position of agricultural commissioner and sealer of weights and measures until his first retirement in 2018. And whereas recognizing the need for continued public service, he accepted an appointment in late 2018 as the Agricultural Commissioner and Sealer of Weights and Measures in Mendocino County before Trinity County was fortunate to secure his services. And whereas Joe was appointed as Trinity County Agricultural Commissioner and Sealer of Weights and Measures on December 11, 2018, where he has made substantial contributions, including recognition as the longest-serving agricultural commissioner sealer, earning the esteemed title of the Dean of the California Agricultural Commissioner and Sealers Association, and serving as the chair of the Ethics Committee, being instrumental in establishing a successful industry trade association, Trinity County Agricultural Alliance, proactive leadership by enhancing departmental resources with acquisitions such as a weight truck, 12 1,000-pound standards, a new pickup truck, a weight kit, 2 ATVs, and 2 utility trailers, ensuring operational efficiency. Leading a pivotal amendment during the Western Weights and Measures annual meeting, influencing the definition of cannabis in the, quote, method of sale, end quote. His recommendation was successfully incorporated into the model regulation, subsequently ratified into law at the National Conference of Weights and Measures in Norfolk, Virginia in July 2023, and providing his services to Humboldt County through a mutual agreement. And now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Trinity expresses profound gratitude and appreciation to Joseph A. Morio for his outstanding service to agricultural producers, the community, the county, and the greater good, and hereby authorizes his retirement from the Trinity County Agriculture and Weights and Measures Department. Duly passed and adopted this 19th day of December 2023 by the Board of Supervisors of the County of Trinity.
Thank you so much.
I have a motion.
Move to approve as presented.
By Supervisor Lutweiler, second by Supervisor Carpenter Harris.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris.
Aye.
Supervisor Lutweiler.
Aye.
Supervisor Frazier.
Aye.
Chairman Cox.
Aye. Congratulations and thank you.
Thank you. Do I get that
You
proclamation?
too. I thought you might want to say a few words.
Oh. Okay, you ask.
Oh, that could be a mistake.
I'll keep it clean. Trinity, is the end of my career. Let's not say and. I don't like that final. He's going away. I don't like any of that stuff. I'm going to still be around. I'm going to help Angela. We only have 2 people. It's tough to lose 50%. So I'll be on a volunteer basis. And plus, I've still got work to do. We still got more weights to get out of Imperial County. I just got the first of the first 4,000, and it's been great. It's been fun. It's been real. So I guess that makes it real fun. Later on today in Northern Lights in Hayfork, there's going to be a TCA meeting. So any growers out there on Zoom, feel free to show up. Oh, I know. That would be remiss. We need to be thankful for this moisture. You go back 2 Octobers ago, and all I heard was the drought word, and it would have made all of our problems, significant as they are, shrink to insignificance had we not broke the drought with last year's moisture. We are getting moisture. We should be grateful. This is what will help fix things better than anything else I know, and it's every ag commissioner's duty to make sure we avoid drought, and we've been doing it. So knock on wood. I better shut up, but happy holidays for everyone. Thank you very much. It's truly an honor. This has been really, I couldn't have dreamed up a better end to the career, but it's not over, and I'll still be around. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joe.
Take pictures. Everybody get pictures. We're taking here.
No. We should set up a photo wall.
Oh yeah, try to get in.
Try to get in there. One, two, three.
Congratulations. Thank you so much.
Be safe.
All right, Board of Supervisors, item 1.2, receive a presentation for the Yurok Tribe environmental specialists regarding, and the agenda lists this as the East Weaver Creek project. That was a little typo. It is the Weaver Creek project. With us this morning, we have Sandra Perez, we have Leslie Hubbard, Max Ramos, and Aaron Martin. Welcome. Thank you for being here. I believe Sandra's going to kick this off for us. So we're excited, looking forward to what you're going to share, and the floor is yours.
Hi, thank you. As Supervisor Cox mentioned, this is the Weaver Creek Restoration Project. It's a presentation on the project and its design so far. This project has been undertaken by the Yurok Tribe Fisheries Department, Design and Technical Services Program in partnership with the Norelma-Kwintu Nation, on whose ancestral land the project sits. And we have a representative, Bob Borden, from them here. We also have a former Yurok Tribe Fisheries Department employee, Eric Weissman, who's now with the Forest Service. And BLM Alden Neal is also here as one of the project landowner representatives. Ashley, if you would kick the PowerPoint up. You should just be able to double click on it.
I open it, I can't share my screen.
If you look in the folder, there's also a different version of it that might work better.
Every time. Gotta love technology. Whoever said technology is our friend?
All
aspects.
We never did this before computers.
We know Joe loves technology.
The more they tighten their grip, the more we.
There we go.
If you advance the slide, please. Do you want to do that land acknowledgement? Land acknowledgement. Would you like to do one?
I'm Bob Borden, Vice Chair of the Nora Winton Tribe here, Trinity County. We walked this area, well, with Jill Cox and all of us last week, and I approve it. I think it's good. The only problem I can see with it is the vegetation. You know, how are they gonna take care of the vegetation? Last year we suggested goats, but then they told us that there's bears out there, so I don't know. So you'd have to probably get some garden dogs for the goats. But yeah, I think it's a good project. I can't wait to see the finished product of it.
Hello, everybody. I'm Max Ramos. I'm a restoration engineer for the Yurok tribe, and I'll be going through the intro slides here. So first off, the project location is up here in the pink, right south of Weaverville. And I'd like to acknowledge that we're on ancestral lands of the Norelmuk Wintu people in this area. And Weaver Creek itself hosts salmonids, including threaded salmon, such as coho salmon, Chinook salmon, Pacific lamprey, and steelhead trout. The project reach is in an area of high intrinsic potential. So that's a scientific metric used to prioritize areas of high potential for coho salmon in particular. It's a really unique location in the upper 40 miles of the Trinity River. The majority of coho salmon habitat was up above Lewiston Dam. And it's one of a handful of tributaries that have very high IP. So it's an area of high potential for coho salmon coming back and utilizing. Next slide. Again, I mentioned the project location is just to the south of downtown Weaverville. It begins just below the east and west fork Weaver Creeks, right downstream of Mill Creek Bridge. A lot of you guys know exactly where that's at. It's approximately 1.5 miles long, and it ends just below the Weaverville Sanitary District sewer ponds near Industrial Parkway. Next slide, please. So current conditions, the channel currently is varying size, and it's what we, river restoration, it's like to call a bowling alley. It's a section of stream that's straight, high velocities, and it's not conducive to juvenile or adult salmon continuing into the future. A lot of juvenile salmon require heterogeneous habitat, so varied habitats with slow water sections. This section's all uniform, very fast moving, and it's a relic of a lot of the mining practices that happened on the property. There's a lot of mine tailings throughout the project reach, and it essentially has locked the channel into this stream bed. And what's also happening is the incision has caused the creek to stay in its channel. Naturally, rivers like to branch out into the floodplain, which provides more habitat to juvenile fish. A lot of healthy systems we look at, the floodplain's nice and connected to the channel. At higher flows, the water's able to spread out, providing more opportunity to juvenile fish. So I went over a lot of these bullet points, but some of the other issues with this incised channel include nutrient cycling. It prevents normal nutrient cycling at the bottom of the creek. And as I mentioned, it really limits habitat diversity for juvenile salmonids. Next slide, please. The land ownership within the project reach is a mix of Bureau of Land Management at the top, right downstream of Mill Creek Bridge, or Mill Street Bridge. And that's delineated by the yellow polygon. The pink polygon is the project area. And then right downstream of BLM land, it's the Weaverville Sanitary District, zoned public facilities. Downstream of that, it's Trinity County Wetlands Reserve Program in the purple there. And there's also currently a private diversion for the Trinity Alps Golf and Country Club right next to the sewer ponds, so right in the middle there. Next slide, please. So just a little bit of background on our funding. The Nurelmuck tribe received a grant from the Trinity River Restoration Program, Watershed Grant Program in 2020. We're co-collaborators with them on this project. And then in 2022, the Yurok tribe directly received more funding from a grant from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service under the Klamath Basin Bipartisan Infrastructure Law. So that's really what allowed us to get through this design phase that we're going to present to you. Next slide, please. And some of our primary project goals, as I mentioned, the creek is disconnected from the floodplain. A huge part of this project is trying to reconnect that floodplain to provide those habitats in winter months for juvenile rearing, when all species of salmon are in our creeks. We also aim to significantly increase habitat diversity for coho salmon, which are listed under the ESA as threatened. And unfortunately, they're not doing super well in Weaver Creek over the last few years. They were really well documented in Weaver Creek, but over last 10, 20 years, we've really seen a precipitous decline in coho salmon in Weaver Creek. We also aim to improve the riparian habitat conditions and also controlling the spread of invasive plant species in the project area. One thing that's happened in the channel as it's incised down and disconnected from the floodplain, that subsurface flow has prevented riparian species from coming in and moving in. It's the land adjacent to the creek is disconnected from that water. There's also a lot of coarse substrate from mining practices. So it hasn't allowed for native vegetation to move in and take that soil back. So we aim to improve those conditions. We also aim to establish more complexity in the base flow channel. So providing habitat in summer months. Coho salmon spend about 1.5 years in freshwater. And these summer months are critical to their success. Currently, habitat in summer months in this section of Weaver Creek are really degraded. So we're aiming to improve those habitat conditions throughout the summer for that critical period for coho. Next slide. Now I'm going to introduce Aaron Martin. He's going to talk about some of the design features of the project.
Thank you, Max. So my name is Aaron Martin. I have a fisheries biologist background with the tribe, and I've been working on the Trinity and Klamath and Northern California rivers for over 20 years. So Max did a really good job of telling us and explaining the why we're here in this creek and why we're working and focused on that creek, and because it's got so much things not going right for it. And so we're going to show you just a couple slides of the flows. We have a terrain of the surface of what's going on out there right now, and we model flows. And this is a flow of like 200 CFS, and you just see, basically all we see is colors in a little straight line right in the channel. And then what's that showing us is that at, flows like a good high flow in the wintertime happens about 10% of the time in the winter. it's just completely confined to that channel. And when we see flows like that, we want to see it spreading out. That's when healthy rivers and healthy streams happen. And it's really confined to that channel. So this is just an example of showing you, we don't have any water on this surface. It's not a floodplain, it's a terrace. And, what we're always trying to do is take terraces, because that's a dry place that's not interacting with the river, and we want to make that a floodplain. So the next slide, please. This is like the extreme example of what we're dealing with. This is a 5-year flood event in just our model runs, and we're still barely seeing water getting out onto the floodplain. And our main project reach is the left side of the screen. So the bridge, the East Fork and the West Fork is right on the top left of that corner. And so our main project reach, yep, thank you, which we're going to do most of the work, is that whole left side of the thing, because it's got that big area to work. It's got that big terrace, and there's just not very much growing on it, and no interaction with the creek. So there's a big focus that we've had there. And then if you look downstream on the right side, you can see, look, there's water everywhere. That's what we want to see, but we want to see that happen at a lot of range of flows, not at the 5-year event. And so, that shows us that there's a lot better things happening down there, and we have a little bit of a lighter touch. Like Max talked about a big, long project reach, but our main focus is this upper half of the project where we know we can have a really big influence. And I'll touch on some of the things that are going on downstream and some recent conversations we've had with folks from the county and where we're going with that. So next.
Aaron, if I could, for clarity,
Sure.
Ashley, would you back up one? I believe, but confirm if you would, the road that we see there, that would be on Lower Mill, correct? So people have a perspective as to what they're looking
Correct.
at, where that water
Correct.
sits.
That is Lower Mill Road right there. And what's it called?
Timber Ridge. I think it turns into Timber Ridge.
Oh, Mill Street comes down and
Mill
becomes
Street turns
Timber.
into Timber Ridge.
Yeah.
Same road.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we just flipped the slide. Mill Creek Bridge is right at the top, and the creek is now flowing from the top to the bottom. So what we're trying to do here is two main things. We're going to lower that terrace and turn it into a floodplain, and we're going to raise the water surface elevations in the creek. And so to do that, we're going to move a whole bunch of dirt. We're going to lower that terrace and bring it down like on an average of 2 to 4 feet across that floodplain. We're going to make a couple little overflow channels, like just hints of places where water can flow, and pull it away from the creek at this range of flows and get things moving around over there. You can see in that whole kind of light yellow, in the floodplain area, you see some patches. Those are existing trees and vegetation that we want to save. So anything that's good that's out there, we're going to save. We're going to leave patchy islands, trees for regeneration and seeds dispersal in the future. So we're certainly saving anything that's good. There's a few cottonwoods, some willows, and one cedar, and we're going to leave those there and hope we're going to get a lot more in the future. And then the main effort we're going to do in the channel is build these constructed riffles. They're long, elongated, like just 1 or 2 foot high plugs in the channel. That's going to help raise the water surface at all flows. It's going to raise the water at low flows. It's always going to be there at the higher flows. And so it's going to bring that water up, and we bring the floodplain down, and now they're going to interact at that range of flows that we're looking at. So those riffles are an important part of this feature. Again, they're like 1 or 2 foot high, and they're really long. So they'll be there. They'll provide, riffles are good for bugs. Riffles are good for spawning. And in front of those, we're creating deeper, slower pools. That's good for holding for adults and juveniles. Another little part, but an important part of this project is the main channel fill. It's kind of in the top left corner of the polygon there. It's right where the creek goes, right next to Timber Ridge Road, right? And so this is like kind of the most impacted place, or where the creek is like almost pushing right up against the road. So, and there's some riprap there already. And we're just going to use some of the fill from our site, put it in there, and move the creek away from the road, and just protect the infrastructure. And it's an easy thing to do while we're out there. Just move the base flow of the creek away from there, build it up some more, and make sure that's never an issue in the future. Okay. So this is just kind of a zoomed out view of that whole area that Max had shown. Basically we're talking about almost 5 acres of floodplain creation and 2 acres of those high flow channels. We can see the numbers, but there's, there's a lot going on, and there's less effort as we're looking downstream because we saw that things were starting to happen down there. And in a slide, in a couple slides from now, I'll show you where we'll talk about some recent conversations and changes that we're making to the design down there based on infrastructure and things we're learning with the water district. And we also kind of looked at the very bottom of the reach and considered doing wood loading down there. But for now, we're gonna take that off the table because we got a lot going on. We have other infrastructure and other concerns down there, and we need to give that a much fair shake down the road if on future phases if we come back and work in Weaver Creek. Next slide. Okay, so here's our design condition. We put the design of what we're going to build, we run it in the model, and now we're at a flow that happens half the time in the winter, 70 CFS. I'm sure it's 70 CFS right now in Weaver Creek or higher. So over half the time we'll experience flows like this, and now we're seeing water across the floodplain. And just like we wanted to see it, it's like spreading out. There's lots of things happening. We have these pools and these slow water happening in front of our design of our constructed riffles. And so this is exactly, what we're shooting for is getting water out and moving around and getting it out of that trench, out of that bowling alley at flows that matter to fish. And we're really focused in that January to May timeframe. That's when the juveniles are there. That's the most critical time period for them to survive. And then for coho, they need to make it through the summer, like we said as well. But this is what we're wanting to see. This section of Weaver Creek hasn't had water across like this at these flows in a long time. Next slide. So this is that 200 CFS slide or CFS that I showed earlier, and now we have water almost everywhere throughout the floodplain that we've created. It's kind of exactly what we're wanting to see. We can see diversity on the downstream part as well. And so it's, that's what we're shooting for. We want to see water out there wetting and drying. The wetting and drying of floodplain surfaces brings in a lot of nutrients. It helps with the vegetation. It's good for the fish. It can help warm the water a little bit in May, in March and April. Those little shallow surfaces out there is where the fish will go because it'll be a ½ degree warmer or 1 degree warmer, and that makes a big difference for them and their growth. So we're really liking what we're seeing. And I think I have one more slide. And this is zoomed into that downstream portion, and we've learned that there's a major water line that goes right underneath the channel here. And we originally had talked about maybe doing some digging, some filling, some things. And so we've had conversations with the water district, and we recognize that that's a big deal. We do not want to do any digging there. In fact, we're gonna change this design a little bit and do a little bit of fill and do everything we can to protect the infrastructure and help get a little bit more diversity in the channel there. But main thing is protect that water line. So then I think we're gonna move on and we'll introduce Leslie to talk.
Good morning. Leslie Hubbard. I'm an environmental specialist with the Yurok Tribe Fisheries Department. Generally speaking, I focus on issues related to environmental compliance and water quality and grant development. And I'll kind of hit on all of those this morning. So on this slide, one of the last discussions regarding features, you can see the lighter colored polygons are potential spoils sites. We call them potential at this point because we are still pending the results of an assessment that an archaeologist is going to do on site. There was quite a few tailings, and we're within the historic district of tailings. So we need to have an assessment of how to mitigate any potential impacts to them. We also have on this slide, it's a little bit tricky to see, but potential trails are on this slide. It's, like I said, it's very difficult to see them. I don't know if we can enlarge that. But when we got the first grant, when the Normal Muck tribe received the first grant from the watershed grant in the TRRP, when we first went out to the site, we started looking around going, oh, you know what? This site has a whole lot to offer besides what we initially envisioned as just a habitat project. This area between the upstream and, oh, there we go. Okay, so the dotted lines in there, potential trails. There are some user-created trails in the area, but our team in the process of design, we're not trail designers, but we're pretty avid recreationalists. So in the process of design, we identified what we think potentially, it looks like these could be pretty decent trail alignments. But the reason for that identification was because this area has been recognized as kind of a potential backbone greenbelt trail in Weaverville, going from Leafong Park, which is a little bit farther north of our project, farther upstream of our project, all the way down to the industrial park. So this Leafong Trail has been recognized over the last couple of decades in the Weaver Basin Trail Master Plan as being that backbone trail that can connect downtown Weaverville to the industrial park. So we are not designing the trails. What we are doing is completing a feasibility study with the trails planner that is they have the qualifications to do that, and they will give us the feedback that after they have assessed the area. Part of the trails also have to do with interpretive quality that they could have regarding both the habitat project and for the Norrell Muck tribe. Okay, next slide. All right, so our timeline, we started in 2020. 60% design has been completed. We're thinking we're really just right on the verge of getting done with 90% design. We started environmental compliance with the 60% design, actually a little bit earlier than that. Sandra Perez has been leading the charge on that with recurring meetings with the county, with Patrick Flynn with the county, and with the BLM. Alden Neal is here. Just to make sure that the two main landowners in the area are in the loop constantly as we progress. So we're hoping to get done with that process around hopefully this summer. And then construction, we're looking at construction as soon as we can get implementation funding. Ideally, it would be summer of 2024. It may be later into summer of 2025. Next slide. So in terms of environmental compliance, we have both CEQA and NEPA requirements here due to land ownership. With CEQA, we've been coordinating, like I said, very consistently with recurring meetings with Patrick Flynn. We're pursuing a statutory exemption for restoration projects. It's a new streamlining tool that the California Department of Fish and Wildlife came up with to facilitate restoration projects. The lead agency would be the county. There's no official scoping, but there's a pretty rigorous public outreach component with that exemption. And this is one of the public outreach events that they want to see. We've done quite a bit more public outreach, and I'll get into that on the next slide. But regarding NEPA, with BLM as a landowner there, we are helping to develop an environmental assessment for the project, and we're kind of thinking it's going to result in a finding of no significant impact or FONSI. The lead agency is BLM. Thank you. Okay, so outreach thus far, Weaverville Community Forest, Trinity River Watershed Council, Weaverville Sanitary District, you guys, the board, and Weaverville Community Services District. Those are the main outreach platforms that outreach agencies and organizations that we've focused on thus far. We've had both presentations, PowerPoint presentations, very similar to this, and field tours to get people out on site so that once they see it, they can ask questions because it's a little different once you see it on site. Next slide. Okay, so like I said, we're at 60% design. We've had that done, 90%, just right on the cusp of being done with 90% at the beginning of the year. Continuing with environmental compliance, and we are seeking implementation funds. So we are requesting a letter of support from you, the Board of Supervisors, as we do pursue additional funding for the project. We're going to continue with our same collaboration that we have with the Norrell Muck. We'll continue to work with the landowners on site. And we are reaching out to landowners as well. Do you have any questions? I should introduce one more of our staff came in. DJ Bandowski at the back of the room. He's our program manager. We're with the Design and Technical Services program. He's our program manager, a senior project engineer, and he's participated quite a bit in the design for the project also.
have a couple of
Perfect.
questions.
All right. Thank you for the presentation and thank you for the tour. I did enjoy being out there and the opportunity to see it in person. So, yes, questions.
Two things. One, you mentioned the historic tailings and needing to be careful with those. Help me understand the significance
Yeah,
of that.
you know, is it okay if I get Alden Neal, who's an archaeologist, to answer
Sure.
that? Is that okay? Because this is his world.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
So a district is really just a very large cultural site. So instead of having 30 small cultural sites recorded out there, it's recorded as a district. And so it's not just the tailings per se, there's also the ditches, the mining cuts, the habitation features. So it goes from West Weaver Creek all the way to, I want to say Grubbs Gulch, is that correct? So it's a very large area. So it's not just the tailings. And so for a site to be a National Register eligible district, it must meet some criterias. So it really just puts a land designation for us. So if we're doing work in that area, that we need to make sure we're preserving the values and the criteria that that site is eligible for. So that would just mean that we would, some of the criteria are it's locally or state significant. It has the potential for to provide more information about history. So if we were going to do more work in there, it doesn't limit our ability to do work. It just means that we need to consider those values before we do major work out there.
Okay, thank you. And Leslie, the only other question was, I noted the county as the lead agency and, but I see a lot of the work being done by other folks. So is there much of a work burden associated with that role, or we're just the entity and you're facilitating that through us?
That's more of the case,
Okay.
more of the entity, and we're trying to do as much of the, as much of the heavy lifting as possible. Patrick is still engaging on a very constant basis with this, but we're trying to facilitate it by providing the technical studies and helping to spearhead the outreach, even though Patrick's always participating in it.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Please.
I just want to say thank you for the work being done on the tribs. So much focus is often on the main stem, yet we all know when we look up just a little bit that there's enormous contributing factors in the uplands and the tributaries to the Trinity. So thank you for this project. And I've walked around out there quite a bit, so I'm pretty excited to see this stuff start coming into fruition. So good job, you guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I would say, I'm sorry, Dan, did you have something? Oh, okay. I would just say, if anything, too, our conversations when we were out in the field and I had the opportunity to look, definitely included those ways by which impacts to neighbors during the project itself, if it all goes forward as planned, are certainly being looked at, and all the conversations to mitigate anything that might be uncomfortable. And it would be kind of a short-term project, right? Just a couple of months really in implementation.
4 to 5 months.
Okay, that's a couple. 4 to 5. So I appreciated all those conversations as well. So, and I don't know, Council, you can correct me if I shouldn't do this, but we do have a letter of support in our consent items, and that could be pulled for discussion. But these folks, I would think, are going to go to work. And so if you have any questions that might pertain to that letter, I think now would be the opportunity to ask those. All right, very good. Seeing none. Thank you so much for your time
Thank
and
you.
your work.
Thank you.
All right. All right, moving now into public comment. This time is for information from the public on matters not appearing on this agenda or within the consent calendar. All comments are limited to 3 minutes and must pertain to matters within the jurisdiction of this board. When addressing the board, please state your name for the record and address the board as a whole through the chair. No action or discussion will be conducted on matters not listed on the agenda. However, the chair may refer the subject matter to the appropriate department for follow-up or schedule the matter on a subsequent board agenda. Is there any public comment in the room? Thanks. All right, seeing none, is there any on Zoom?
I have no reason.
All right, with that we will close public comment. Move into reports and announcements. Item 2.1, reports from department heads. Are there any department heads wishing to report out? I see none in the room. Are there any on Zoom?
I do have Ruby on Zoom. Do you want to wait a second?
I do.
Okay.
Good morning, Ruby. We have just a little bit of transition going on in our room as folks are moving to their next commitments. All right, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Morning, Chairman Cox, members of the board, Ruby Farrow, Chief Probation Officer. And just wanted to share with you that this time of year, the probation department is doing a lot of reporting. We have to do a lot of data and fiscal reports on the calendar year, also the regular fiscal year and the federal fiscal year. And we have a lot of new laws that we are working to be able to implement that will be in effect January 1st. At this time of year, our officers are working with primarily our adult population. And we all have a lot of different stresses and also joy this time of year. But within our realm, we tend to see an increase in substance use and sometimes crime. And so our officers are diligently working to work with the population and help intervene and reduce those. And a good happy thing this time of year is the patrol car event that was hosted by California Highway Patrol for our interagency toy drive for our Trinity County kids. And as a community work service project within our department, we had youth decorate boxes that were placed into some of our county offices. So those staff who might not be able to make it to the event were able to contribute. And I sent a picture to county staff, but for the public to know, I estimate that brought about 40 extra smiles to kids this holiday season. And I'm sure there'll be a full press release on the event, but it was just really amazing to be a part of, and the community really working to provide good things for the kids, and also a lot of effort for the teenagers, a lot of cash donations to make sure that they got specific items. And lastly, I'd like to ask the board to just keep an eye out on watching information coming through on AB 702. And that is called what they call that. Sorry, Local Government Financing Juvenile Justice. And I'll have that agendized on the next board. But I'm seeing the activity coming through. Our CRC just also signed an opposition on this one. In short, it creates more state hoops and regulations that make it more difficult for juvenile planning within our local community, and would also remove 95% of one of the funding streams that probation has for juvenile services. So we'll talk about that one more next board.
And Ruby, regarding that, I actually was bringing that forward today as well in my board report. And RCRC has provided 2 template letters. I was going to share those with you and see which one you felt was the most appropriate. And then we can certainly discuss a letter from the board as a whole as well regarding AB 702.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for your report. Looks like Sheriff Saxon.
Hey, good morning. Tim Saxon, Trinity County Sheriff, Chair and Board. Couple of things here. We also participated in the Pack Patrol Car event. It was a good turnout. We had a lot of people out there. It was nice weather. We also last week had swearing in of about, let's see, we had 6 individuals that we swore in to the correctional office, including our new animal control officer. So that was a good deal. So now we have our current funded allocated positions in the correctional field are full. We still have 3 unfunded positions that are vacant. So that's a good thing right now. There are some significant changes to the CCW laws that are taking effect January 1st. Through the California State Sheriff's Association, there has been filed some injunction requests with regard to those laws. Those have not been acted upon yet. So at this point in time, we're unsure as to the effect of some of those laws, but there are some portions of that law. So we're still waiting on that. I have a conference call scheduled at 1 o'clock today to get some additional information on that. I know there are some concerns from members of Trinity County that have CCWs or are intending to apply for CCWs. And there are some concerns with regard to instructors who are currently authorized to provide training for CCW, either initial applicants or renewal applicants. So we're hoping to get some answers to those questions as well. Just stand by. We're doing the best we can. I'm doing all I can to ensure that those who request applications, request to get the CCWs can do so as quickly and as lawfully as possible. So that concludes my report.
Thank you.
I have no other raised hands.
All right. Report from County Administrative Officer, CAO Teto.
Thank you, Chair. Got a couple items. So one item on the consent calendar that I just wanted to, kind of highlight and provide a thanks to is the collection agency contract. The county has approximately, $4.7 million in outstanding fines, and just like to thank the evaluation team for their efforts in bringing forth this actual contract, and we're able to get it in place and start the process of attempting to collect some of these fines. So I'm very, very pleased and very excited about that effort. In regards to SRS funding, I've been in coordination with Jamie Green, and the funding looks very positive. It's currently going through the legislation process. It has moved through the House, and it has had full bipartisan support so far. And this is a 3-year commitment versus the normal 1-year commitment that we've seen in the past. So that will be, beneficial from a planning perspective. So been very grateful to be working with Superintendent Green on that effort. Regarding the state budget, during our last statewide CAO biweekly call, there was lots of discussion about the state budget. So currently there is a $68 billion California state budget deficit, and they're working different avenues, obviously, to rectify that. Early in January of 2024, the governor is due to bring forth his actual, proposed budget. So we'll see what the differences are and how that may or may not affect the county at that point in time. Some of their focus items and some of their priorities are in, to reduce some of the planned infrastructure projects and some of the social programs, but they're still making school districts and homelessness funding a priority. So more to come on this topic as we get into 2024, but it appears that the budget process in 2024 will be yet again an interesting topic. And that is all I've got. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Reports now from members of the Board of Supervisors. Supervisor Frazier, would you like to begin?
All right. I had no out-of-county travel. I did have a meeting last week with District Ranger Kristen Lark and Mad River, talking about some of the hazard trees still along county roads from the August complex. And that discussion is going to be ongoing. I'm hopefully going to meet with her again later this week, and I'll have to tie in with CAO of Tut Hill and Panos as we go forward with that. But hopefully some momentum there to get some of those hazard trees addressed. Other than that, I don't think I have anything really that I need to report on. I did have one item that I would like to, I guess, raise right now, but a couple months ago, I had requested that we agendize an amendment to our limited density ordinance. And speaking with county council, had to go to the planning commission, and it did. I thought that it would just automatically be forwarded from the planning commission to the board, and it hasn't got here yet. So I would like to have that agendized for the next meeting, if we possibly could do that.
Yes. Do we need consensus of all staff or board to direct staff as such?
We would need consensus, but it will, I mean, I'm assuming it would happen automatically anyway, but I'd like the consensus to make sure we get it on the next agenda.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris, are you good with that? All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's all.
All right. Supervisor Lutweiler.
Okay, I was able to join the U.S. Forest Service field trip for the North Lake area, which was very informative. There were folks from a number of different organizations, including RCD, Watershed, the Collaborative, Fish and Wildlife, and David Colbeck was there representing the county. And I think it was very informative for me, being newer to this than anyone else that was on that trip, I could tell. But I also wanted to applaud Tara Jones and her team, because even the people that were there that have been involved in these projects for a long time noted appreciation for how collaborative the process was, and that they were getting brought into it much earlier in the process, instead of hearing at the end of the project planning what was going to be done and now having a chance to weigh in. So it was good and healthy conversation, lots to learn. Wanted to note, can't remember if I mentioned this previously, but met with CAO Tuthill, Superintendent Jamie Green, Veronica Kelby-Albies, Travis Finch, and members of county staff to discuss ways in which we could respond to potential funding of a proposed sports complex. And letters of support are being sought from community organizations, including the one on our agenda today, as well as was mentioned at the Fire Chiefs Association meeting last week, and they're on board for us. I need to provide them with a version of the letter that we are deciding upon today, and then they will consider that on their next meeting. We did have a Fire Chiefs Association meeting last week. The group elected new officers and discussed a number of important matters, including potential funding to upgrade our countywide communications platform. So this is not a done deal at all, but there is hope based on some indications from Senator McGuire that funding could be available to upgrade. And it was interesting to hear Chief Corbett mention that he and some others were going into the Hayfork area, which is one of the areas that is perhaps most at risk of failing in the near future, to basically put some Band-Aids onto the system to hope it gets through this winter, because once the snows hit, it's almost impossible to get there to try to do that kind of repair work. So it's a touch and go situation, and hopefully this does come through. We also had an airport advisory committee meeting. I would thank Panos for really a focused and productive meeting. It was great to see that things that the organization historically had been trying to get addressed. Chair Cox was there as someone who had been on that committee in the past and was aware of some of the things that have been being discussed for a long time were finally actually getting addressed. Some of the big things that I just wanted to note is that a lot of the focus is on making sure that our airports are eligible for funding that can be used to maintain and upgrade them. And right now, we have situations in which hangars are being used as very cheap storage facilities instead of airport hangars. And so Director Kokas will be working on changes to how those hangars are awarded and what the requirements are for having flight-ready planes and such. We have a waiting list of people to get into some of these hangars, so hopefully we'll be able to work through that process in the near future. Also working on some safety issues where there have been some gates up in Trinity Center that are just open, and people have been using it as sort of a walking park, which has obvious concerns for health and safety. So taking action on that as well. So there'll be ongoing communications, and I know that the work is being planned right now. I will note, we still only have representatives for the Trinity Center area and the Weaverville area at these committee meetings. So if we do have people throughout the other parts of the county that want to weigh in on their airports, then they're certainly welcome, and we can get them added on the list with Panos, and he will make sure that they get invited to future meetings. And finally, with SCED, the Economic Development Organization that supports our region of the state, Trinity County has an opening on the advisory board. So right now I am on as a board member, and Alex Cousins is on as kind of a community representative to that organization. We have one more opening for community representation. So I would appreciate if you have interest, or you know of someone that has interest, please have them reach out to me or Alex so that we can talk to them about the opportunity. That's all.
Okay, thank you for that. Supervisor Carpenter Harris.
I attended last week the TMC meeting with Supervisor Gogan in Reading. We had a very, very deep, good discussion regarding our request to have our inputs for the request for flows changed or dealt with. Sorry, I'm losing my thoughts. CAO Tuthill had crafted a letter, and we presented that to the TMC, and Supervisor Gogan represented us very, very well in his articulating those requests. And I'm happy to report that there was an agreement made that we would sit on those flow requests for a while and come back to them and look at what we're requesting. Is that your take as well, based off of your zooming in on that?
Yes, they are actually evaluating more in depth tomorrow. The Flow Working Group is meeting, and Patrick Flynn is part of that, representing the county. So we will see what they analyze and what kind of recommendations they come up with based upon our proposal and based upon what they have previously proposed. And then the plan will be for mid-January to reevaluate that from a whole TMC perspective. And then they will, the TMC will then vote on whatever proposal is brought forward, if the Flow Working Group is able to bring forth a proposal that is, has the appropriate analysis done with it by that time. And we'll see how that all turns out.
Thank you for helping me. I assumed that Supervisor Gogan would do the report out, so I didn't have something prepared. But the meeting, I will say that the atmosphere during the discussion of our request was very amicable. I felt like people were willing to hear us, and I was very grateful for the dialogue that took place there. In addition to that, I attended the Fire Safe Council meeting, and I've also been in some continued communication regarding a request by the Salyer community to have flashing lights installed to slow down people within the community of Salyer with the CHP and Caltrans. So moving forward on just little community requests as they come in.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right, so I was at the RCRC board meeting on the 6th. I attended via Zoom. Nancy Ward, she is the director of California Governor's Office of Emergency Services, presented Cal OES's 2024 initiatives and vision to the RCRC Board of Directors. An engaging discussion followed that regarding how Cal OES can continue to assist rural communities, and I was appreciative of her willingness to engage with specific supervisors' requests, and she seems very anxious to find ways to meet those specific needs. Water issues update. An update on current issues related to California water policy was provided, covering topics such as surface water storage, streamlining provisions of the site's reservoir project, and the status of deliveries to state and Central Valley water projects. The RCRC Board of Directors discussed key concerns for 2024 and emphasized the importance of RCRC engagement in those discussions. Sarah Duquette is a policy advocate on staff there for RCRC. She provided an update on RCRC-sponsored bills related to the Brown Act, to code enforcement, and cannabis enforcement. And then of importance is exactly what our chief probation officer was discussing, concerns regarding a letter of opposition. Well, it's concerns about Assembly Bill 702 and the need for letters of opposition to this. So you heard her report out, and I will provide those draft letters to CEO Ted Hill, and they can discuss which one she feels is the best to bring forward, and we'll see those on the January 3rd agenda. And then last, Supervisor Doug Teeter of Butte County. He has been RCRC chair this year. He is also chair of Property Insurance Ad Hoc Committee and senior policy advocate. So he and the senior policy advocate, Stacy Heaton, discussed the topics covered by that ad hoc committee and presented their final report. Following discussions among the RCRC Board of Directors, they deliberated on additional revisions in addition to the proposed RCRC policy principles, specifically supporting the expediting of the FAIR Plan application process. So that's just your reassurance that RCRC is taking their stand in dealing with our issues regarding our homeowners insurance. Yes. And now I have an ask of the board. So RCRC is exploring Caltrans Sustainable Transportation Planning Grant Program for zero emission vehicle readiness plans at the county level. So Bob Burris reached out to me specifically and let me know that they have exchanged information and their ideas with Caltrans District 2 Representative Kathy Graw. She was very supportive to the point of providing guidance. The bottom line is that Trinity, Siskiyou, and Modoc all do not have zero emission vehicle readiness plans. So the idea presented was to provide us with assistance and to each of these three counties to apply for funds. So RCRC would act as a subrecipient for the three counties and manage the RFP process, looking for a third-party specialist to create a regional plan. Why would a readiness plan be needed? This is what I wanted to talk to you about. It is a blueprint strategy to find optimal locations for vehicle charging systems. And I thought this would be of particular interest to Supervisor Frazier because of the fact that our zero emission vehicle charging station ordinance is currently not state mandate compliant for reasons of the state wanting to kind of usurp the county's ability to manage their own land use and decide where such stations would and would not be appropriate. I see this as an opportunity for us to take some of that power back. We would be creating a plan where we would decide countywide where this kind of thing would be appropriate and how we would like to see that implemented in the future. Factors for consideration in development are several. The one that's the most important to me at this time would be for economic development, because we're at the point now, as Bob was describing, people who could buy their zero emission vehicles early on because funding was not a problem have pretty much purchased theirs. Now we're at a point where people are choosing not to purchase because of where they cannot find charging stations. So if we want to continue in the economic development plans that we have, and we're hoping to bring more people to Trinity County, yet they know if they come here, there are limited places for them to be able to charge their cars. This is going to be a point of impact to our being able to move forward. Others items on the list would be health and safety, the environment, potential for public revenue, even potential for county revenue if we wanted to utilize some county land parking spaces and put charging stations there. There's potential that, you know, we could receive some of the funding off of that. So I have discussed this with CEO Tuthill. There are additional points of consideration, which we don't really need to get into at this juncture. What I'm looking for today is consensus from the board that we could direct staff to further look into this and bring it back on the January 3rd agenda for discussion and possible board action to participate in this. The grant application is due January 18th, and they realize that's a quick turnaround, but they are keyed up and ready to help us if that ends up being our wish. So I would ask to see how you feel about that.
Yes, I agree.
You're good?
It's something we should definitely consider.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Good. Thank you for that.
I have an information item I would like to ask for.
Okay. Sure.
I have an information item that I hope we can explore in the next year, first few months of the next year regarding the increase in homeschooling population in our county, and to explore some of the ways that we may be able to better help that community, and then also find out what are some of the reasons why parents are making that choice. I do know that I have a number of parents who have contacted me just since the beginning of this last school year in August. They want their children to be able to attend public schools and have gone through a myriad of work to try to make that happen. But because they have some health concerns regarding a couple of the mandatory vaccines, their children are not allowed to attend the public school. They have tried to work through the process that is given to them, but they have not reached any agreement to allow their children to attend our public schools. I know that the county doesn't have a jurisdictional authority necessarily over the California Educational Department, but I do believe it is very important for us to make sure that our parents maintain authority over their children, especially in regards to their medical care. I myself had my daughter in the emergency room after one particular vaccine 2 times when she was little, and had to make the decision to separate those vaccines and give them over a very extended period of time, and then continuing to reject a few of them because of health concerns. So I do have a lot of several families in my district that are concerned about this and would like to have some information brought forward, or to find out how we as a county can support parents who need to make that choice, but would also like to have their children attend public schools.
Okay. And so your specific ask, do you need staff support or what?
I don't believe I need staff support. It would be nice to have the opportunity to maybe reach out to the Department of Education and our county nurse and learn more about that. Maybe have a presentation on the number of students that we now have in homeschooling or alternative schooling, and I'm willing to step out into that community and start asking some questions, and possibly just have some clarification and find out how we as a county can support those families and that educational method.
Mm-hmm. Okay. CEO Tuthill, any concerns?
No, I can work with Heidi, and we can, get in contact with Fabio and then our public health department and our public health section under HHS, and we can help facilitate some of that as desired.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, reports from ad hocs, cannabis ordinance ad hoc.
Okay, Supervisor Frazier and I met to document a starting point for updates to the enforcement aspects of the cannabis ordinances. And our goal in that is to ensure that enforcement policies that we have going forward provide the appropriate and effective measures to address program violations, which includes more severe measures for more impactful violations and for repeat offenses. So this is when we just decided with a lot of other work that was going on with the staff that we would take the lead in actually putting something together for the staff then to look at instead of the other way around. And hopefully that description of kind of the intent of what we're trying to do there is clear, and we'll be sharing that with staff here soon.
Right. Bill, do you want me to speak on the letter?
Yes, thank you. And I didn't have Ashley put this on the agenda because it's
on the agenda. Perfect.
No.
Understood. no.
In other words, I do want you to speak. I'm just telling you why I didn't have her put it on here because it was kind of a one-time thing and it's a process to get it on there and then have to get it back off. So thank you for reminding me. And yes, I do want you to speak to the letter if you would like to.
Alls I have to say is it was enjoyable going back and forth with David Colbeck, our Natural Resources Department, and the compilation of this letter and reviewing it. And I'm very confident and happy with the product that was produced.
Perfect. And I appreciate your efforts on that. He appreciated your help and input. I know he shared that with me. And thank you for stepping up to that short-term ad hoc. And with that, that assignment has been completed. Yes, thank you. All right, moving into the consent calendar. These items include routine and non-controversial matters and will be acted upon by the board by one roll call motion. If a member of the public has any questions or comments on an item on the consent calendar, they may provide them now. A member of the board or staff may request an item be pulled and considered separately. Is there any public comment in the room on any consent item? That is not a consent item, and so that will be its own item for discussion, and you will have that opportunity shortly. Good question. Thank you. Okay, seeing none, is there any on? Okay. Oh, Michael, did you need an item? Did you want to speak to an item to be pulled?
Not necessarily. If you're going to approve it.
No, I think we're good. I think we're good on his. We talked about that yesterday, so I think we're good.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you. Any on Zoom? All right. Seeing no public comment in the room or on Zoom, we will close the public comment period and bring it back to the board. Well, does any board member care to pull any item?
I would like clarification on item 3.17.
And any others? All right, seeing none, I would entertain a motion regarding the totality of the consent calendar with minus item 3.17.
I'll move to approve.
Second.
Right, motion by Supervisor Frazier, second by Supervisor Leutwiler.
Supervisor Leutwiler.
Aye.
Supervisor Frazier.
Aye.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris.
Aye.
Chairman Cox.
Aye. Item 3.17, appoint Greg Tavalero, CAL FIRE, as primary and Todd Corbett, Weaverville Fire Department, as alternate to act as Trinity County Fire Chiefs Association representatives to the Trinity County Subdivision Review Committee. Good morning, Director Presley.
Good morning, Chair, Supervisors. Ed Presley, Deputy Director of Community Development. So if you looked at the backup, you looked at the code, the way it's written, it does not account for a primary alternate setup. So, and that is appointing the Fire Chief Association representative to the Subdivision Review Committee. And so when we discussed this, it was more of a concern that if the primary is gone, because everyone wanted Greg to be the primary, but if he wasn't available, if he was out on a fire somewhere else, they wouldn't have any representation at the Subdivision Review Committee. So what we were requesting was maybe we just have a primary alternate type setup. And so that was agreeable to the fire chiefs. That's actually what they requested. And so granted, it's not written in code as a primary alternate. We thought for continuity's sake, it would be one of those things that we'd want to pursue. That's it.
Okay, and thank you for your explanation. And the question would be to County Council, if is that something that we can do here, or do we need to make changes to the Subdivision Review Committee actual ordinance in order to make that change?
That's a very good question. I think we would have to relook at it. I think if we make the recommendation today, we can go back and make sure it matches up with what the review committee says.
Okay,
But that's the board's pleasure if what order you want to do them in.
Okay. I read the code for 1610 for subdivision review committee, and I don't see it in there. So that would be my only concern, is that if we have an alternate, is he actually an alternate, or do we need to go amend those 1610 to make that a voting member?
Well, it wouldn't be a voting member, it would be an
Well,
alternate.
it would be if the primary was gone, and
I think you are correct. Before that individual would have the ability to step in and vote, we would have to modify it. Again, I don't have any concern with creating the individual to put that position, but I would recommend making that amendment so it's very clear.
So, well.
So do we need then to give some direction to staff to make sure that amending happens?
Just to follow up, just if the board's desires are to adopt this concept, and then we can just follow up with the detailed change. So
I'll make a motion to approve item 3.17 with direction to staff to bring back an amendment to County Code section 16.10 with the item D with the addition of an alternate member.
Have a second?
I will second.
Motion by Supervisor Frazier, second by Supervisor Carpenter Harris.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris.
Aye.
Supervisor Frazier.
Aye.
Supervisor Leutwiler.
Aye.
Chairman Cox.
Aye. Thank you to Supervisor Frazier for catching that, and to Director Presley for your efforts. Thank you. All right, county matters. These items include non-routine or controversial matters and are listed alphabetically by department. A member of the board, staff, or public may request that an item be heard out of order. Is there need from anyone to change the order of items?
Could I request we take a 5-minute break before we start into county matters?
You absolutely can. So we will come back at 10:25. 8 minutes.
Generous in the holiday season.
soft in the last meeting. Chairman's shift.
Sounds good. If you guys really want to be, frontier county, a rural county, you gotta have a little stove, little s'mores or something. Some log cabin looking here would be great as well.
All right, it is 10:25 and we are back in session. County matters. So I've read everything and I asked if we needed to move the order of any items. I didn't hear anything but request for a break. So I guess we're good to move in the order listed. Cannabis item 4.1, adopt a resolution which allows for streamlined approval of cannabis licenses that require a commercial cannabis variance for calendar year 24. Division Director Plabani.
Good day, Chair, Supervisors, Drew Plavani, Cannabis Division Director. The item before you today is a request to extend Resolution 2023-071, which was a resolution to essentially streamline the approval of licenses that required a CCV. And so, broadly speaking, there are two categories of licenses that require CCVs that this resolution applied to. The first one, pretty straightforward, is CCVs that were previously approved by the Planning Commission that, as code is currently constructed, requires them to be renewed annually as a director's use permit. It was waiving the requirement for the director's use permit to be processed. And then earlier this year, it was noticed, we encountered the scenario, which is that staff at some point, I think in 2022, early 2022, made a change to the interpretation of cultivation versus canopy as it relates to the setback requirements for variances. And so at that point, we realized that there were a number of previously licensed sites that had not been required to apply for a CCV because the measurements for that setback requirement were, the distance was taken from the mature canopy to an adjacent residence. And then with that change of interpretation, the other applicable cultivation site elements were also included to meet that setback requirement, not just from mature canopy. So there were a number of sites that then required, a CCV under the new interpretation of cultivation as it relates to variances. And so, on May 16th, you all adopted that resolution to allow for the streamlining. And I think the concept and intent there was that we would have the updates to the ordinance completed by the end of the calendar year and that they would be implemented, early 2024. Since that isn't what has transpired, we have a number of projects that will be impacted by the resolution not being applied in 2024. And so I imagine you might have some clarifying questions for me. And so I'll stop there and take your questions and see if we can make sense of the request.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Did you want to begin?
Yeah, I wanted to note that I'm not sure if everybody received it yet because of timing, but this morning I saw a request coming in from the chair of the Planning Commission saying that she believed this is a matter that should be brought before the Planning Commission before it comes before the board. And I know that, we kind of checked back and that isn't the process we followed when we considered this and made a decision back in May, which is part of the reason why staff was bringing it forward in this manner this time. And I think the other aspect of this is that it kind of was looked at as a policy change versus an ordinance change. But I still feel that the request is valid. This is affecting how decisions about land use are being made and the Planning Commission's desire to be involved in that process. And so I would recommend that we postpone this discussion until it's been heard by the Planning Commission.
So I didn't hear a question for me, but I'm gonna chime in because I went up to ask Margaret. What's unclear to me in terms of that dynamic is what exactly would we take to the planning commission for their consideration?
The same thing that you're bringing to us.
A resolution of the Board of Supervisors?
Correct.
So I can jump in there, that the planning commission wouldn't have the ability to vote on a board resolution, but what can be done is it can be brought as a discussion item or a study session where the resolution is brought to them and they can make recommendations about whether they believe it appropriate for the board to move it forward. I just want to make sure we don't have them vote on a resolution because that's not within their jurisdiction to do so.
Yeah, I guess that's what I meant. So recommendation as to whether or not the board should approve, or if they feel it should be modified, or whichever it may be, but a recommendation for the board to consider since it's a land use matter.
So yes, I have no problem with that. I just want to make it clear because we did bring it forward last time without going through the planning commission, and that based on legal review, it wouldn't necessarily qualify as a mandatory subject for planning commission review. It's the board's pleasure at any point to seek advice from your planning commission. That's what they're there for. And so if that's the board's pleasure to move it forward to get advisory comments, then I would be very supportive of that. But just want to make sure we don't have them pass a resolution.
Certainly, yeah. And
A comment.
are there more questions for Drew?
I have a question. In the event that this is moved into the next calendar year, are you asking for a full year, or are you just asking for a portion of 2024 to get?
I would say the request was structured at the pleasure of the board. Could be for the full calendar year, or it could be stated something to the effect of until the updated ordinance was adopted and implemented.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Chair, could I ask a question? So based upon this, obviously it pushes our ability to process CCVs under the old ordinance. So Drew, do you have any idea what number of potential CCVs or licenses would be affected, since we won't be able to process anything for probably 6 weeks or so before we get this to the planning commission, noticed properly, planning commission, decision made, recommendation brought back to the board. We're probably looking at least the first or second meeting in February, thinking out loud.
I don't have the running list of when those CCV renewals come on a calendar year, but if you give me a couple of minutes, I can reach out to staff and get that number of, how many projects would be impacted.
I guess I just wanted to make the point that there is going to be some individual license holders that require CCV affected by the timing of it, just so we're all aware of that.
And if we were if the board chose to go this route, send it back to the planning commission, could those license applicants not go through a traditional process where their variance requests would also go to the planning commission at the same time they're considering this?
You mean, could we present the significant number of CCVs that would then be required to go to the planning commission along with this item? No.
I think you're just asking about the ones that, if there are X number within the next 6 weeks that would be delayed, could they go and be addressed in that normal manner, if you will, instead of this expedited manner during that time frame? Not all of them. I think, is that what you meant?
That is what I'm asking.
Just the ones that are coming up for renewal? It's unlikely, given the fact that the cannabis division no longer has a planner, that we would be able to accomplish that administratively in sufficient time for all those projects to have staff reports and everything else. And or if they're renewals, that DUP process. So
I mean, conceptually, yes, it could happen, but realistically, based upon timing and staff and number of reports, it's probably very unlikely, like Drew said.
Did you say that you were, while I take public comment, you were headed to look up some numbers on something?
I can get the numbers in terms of, how many in the short term, let's say in the next 2 months, how many projects would be impacted. The other thing to note is that if we go this route and we don't adopt this resolution, then we're going to be significantly inundated in 2024 with CCVs.
And questions and partners. Are all of these that you're going to look up and bring back a number, are these initial variances or are they annual renewals?
The only ones that would be impacted in the short term are the renewals. The initial CCVs are still, there are a very few that have actually applied, in 2023 or prior that were pending going to the Planning Commission. I think there's less than a handful now left in that queue, but the impact is really related to, I can pull up those numbers. The impact is related to if you look at the numbers in backup, there 54 resolutions were applied in 2023. And so the way that we've been tracking the administrative approval of the resolution is keeping track of every project that was noticed for licensing, along with that neighbor noticing process. As a result of the resolution, we included the neighbor consent opposition form. And so of that 54, there were 30 projects that essentially, because of the change in interpretation, would now be required to get a initial CCV from the Planning Commission. And then there were 24 renewals. There are also 27 previously issued CCVs that have not yet been licensed. And so in the way that the resolution was structured, because they haven't been noticed for approval, the consent opposition letter hasn't gone out, and therefore the resolution from 2023 has not been applied to those projects. So those would then also be new renewals that would need to be processed. I don't know if that helps.
So 82 total projects.
54, 27 plus an additional 15.
Oh, I didn't add the other 15.
So roughly 100. And, the other reason that I don't think that we took this to the Planning Commission, aside from the fact that, that we weren't directed to prepare it in that fashion, is that really this is coming from, the standpoint of financial considerations. And if you think about 100 licenses not being able to proceed, that's roughly $500,000 in revenue. And we're already fighting that uphill battle. So thank you.
Thank you. All right.
I have some more questions then. Just so I'm clear, when you say $500,000 in revenue, you're talking about what revenue?
100 licenses, $5,000 a piece, $500,000.
Okay, so fees to the program for carrying out the applications.
Yeah, for issuing the license.
Right. And am I correct that we would already have collected half of that when they applied?
Yes, in theory. However, for many of these projects, those funds were received long before this fiscal year.
Right. So, but still, so we would divide that in half. I'm just trying to make sure I am doing the math right. If at some point they already gave us the first half, then we're only going to collect the other half, which would be 250,000 versus 500,000.
Yeah, some of them may have given us the other half, and some of them may not have. Obviously that renewal payment timeline from roughly 2021 is a bit murky, and is also the reason that recently you all established that would not be requiring, or that essentially that those fiscal considerations were taken into account.
And to be clear on fiscal considerations, when you talk about revenue, just because some of the public watching may look at revenue and think, oh, that's like tax revenue that comes into the general fund for needs. This is more departmental revenue expenses that provide for the ongoing workings of that division, correct?
That is specifically what I'm referring to, but to your question, it does also have impacts to cultivation tax requirements, because for any of these people that, let's say for calendar year start of 24, through that reporting period, if they aren't licensed, then with the way Measure G was constructed, they aren't required to pay cultivation tax. So there would also be some tax revenue implications. as
We
well.
still are, however, within our period before the sunset where that cultivation tax was significantly reduced, correct?
Yes, we are still in that.
All right, any other questions?
Yes, I just want to get clarity on this. I sent an email and we had a little back and forth, but I still have some lack of clarity. My recollection of when we were considering this and approving this in the past, it was for applications, cultivation operations that had been approved, did not require variance at the time, but now that we had reinterpreted the way the ordinance is written, then they would require a variance. And rather than having them go through that process, we would streamline for this calendar year. And I'm hearing that is partially true, but the other part that I wasn't taking into consideration is new applications. And that's what I think I'm hearing now, because I thought I just heard you and you're going through things for Chair Cox talking about new applications. So I want to understand how we have and how we are proposing to apply this streamlined approach for anything that isn't something that was already approved, then needed a variance, and we streamlined it for 2023.
Perhaps I used incorrect terminology or misspoke in my response to Chair Cox. But I think you are correct, Rick, and you understand it the way that I understand it, which is that the resolution applied to previously licensed sites that were impacted by the change of interpretation of canopy cultivation versus canopy, and the previously Planning Commission approved CCVs that require an annual director's use permit renewal. And those are the only projects that the resolution applied to. Those are the only types of projects that the extension request would also apply to.
So these projects are just in the queue still because of a variety of reasons and we can't get to them by the end of this fiscal year. So you need a little bit of time to get them.
I mean, are we talking about the new CCVs as a result of the change of interpretation?
The existing ones. Do you have any that I'm trying to mix together your information Rick's in my head? So the existing that we wrote the resolution for to streamline them, what is our accomplished rate on those?
So of the projects that the resolution applied to in 2023 to date, there were 54 projects that the resolution applied to. 24 of those were Planning Commission issued CCVs that required a DUP renewal.
Okay.
And then approximately 30 are sites that were previously issued CCLs that weren't required to obtain a CCV because previously staff was measuring from the mature canopy to adjacent residences. And when that shifted, then a variety of the other outbuildings, such as a processing building, were then determined to need to conform to that setback requirement, thus creating a significant number of new CCVs for some sites that have been licensed since the first year of the program.
Okay. And coming back, I'm looking at the resolution now and that we did for 2023, which is what you're looking to have extended. And item number 1 starts with previously approved licensed sites that have had no changes to site configuration since the last CCV approval, but now need a variance in 2023. So that say 2024 now, but otherwise that stays the same. And all the other criteria in the resolution stay the same. Is that correct?
Yeah, all the criteria would stay the same. The only change to that resolution, I think, is updating 2023 to 2024 in 2 or 3 spots.
Okay.
With the exception of the date that it was approved.
And County Council, for you, we talked about with CAO Tuttle's prompting, kind of a timing of this. Since this isn't, this is just a recommendation. Is there the same noticing requirements for that being put on a Planning Commission agenda as any other item? Is that anytime something's before the planning commission noticing period or only for specific things?
This has no noticing period by law. So typically there's two notices. There's the Brown Act, which has the 72 hours. That would apply here. But certain land use based items have a 10-day, sometimes even longer public noticing where we put it in the newspaper. That does not apply here.
Okay, so whether they chose to call a special meeting but whichever meeting they do next, there's no special noticing requirement. It just needs to get on the agenda with the 72-hour Brown Act.
Correct, or unless it's a special meeting, that's 24 hours.
Okay, all right. I just wanted to make sure I understood that correctly. Thank you. Okay, no more questions for me.
I don't know if I'll save it.
Thank you.
All right. With that, we will open to public comment. Is there any in the room? Seeing none, is there any on Zoom?
Trinity Alps Canacroft.
Good morning, Matt.
Hello, board. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
This is Matthew Jefferson, Trinity Center, Coffee Creek. We are in support of the staff's recommendations and hope that you guys make the decision and don't send it to the planning commission. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Adrian Keys.
Hey, good morning, Chair, Supervisors, and staff. Thanks for bringing this item forward. I was hoping that it would be a much simpler discussion. It does mirror more or less exactly the resolution from last year, which I think was really effective. As far as I know, none of the approved sites turned into controversies in their neighborhoods. I believe that they're all good players doing the right thing. I would definitely encourage the supervisors to not send this back to the planning commission and to vote on it today and to approve it today. There is the fiscal impact towards an unknown fiscal impact towards the division. There's unknown fiscal impact towards the tax funds. There's also unknown fiscal impact towards the applicants who may have been waiting, trying to get through this process for the last several years and to be hung up again by the result of an administrative change by a previous cannabis division director. I really don't think that's good business. I would actually hope that maybe the county would consider just directly addressing that administrative change, and maybe the staff could just administratively change it back to the way it was, or maybe the county would consider just readopting the word canopy, which really fits into line with how this program was rolled out before the state had released their definitions of terms. So really, we're just caught in this position by a lack of action from several years ago under Director Connell, or a lack of action, a poor judgment call on Connell's part. I believe he probably should have addressed this issue to one of his superiors to figure out why we were in this position versus just making this radical shift. It's caused really quite a bit of negative impact on the program. I would also say that sending it back to the planning commission would be entirely performative. There's no land use in here, as county council has cleared up. And I'm pretty sure that every one of us listening to this could anticipate what the planning commission's reaction is going to be. We've got a pretty strong block of folks on that seem to not want to see this program function. And they will, of course, argue that functioning may be defined differently by different people. But I think that the program being self-funding, the program generating tax revenue, and the program generating income for residents would be one sign of success. And as the program has moved on, and as we move into the new realm of enforcement on Appendix C, I don't believe we're going to be seeing, the same sort of complaints as we've seen in the past. So I strongly encourage the board to move forward with this item today. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dana.
Hello, board and chair. This is Dana from Hayfork. I agree with everything Adrian just said, and I also wanted to point out a bit of a contrast. You guys said just a few minutes ago that the Planning Commission is intended to give advice, like, and a few meetings ago, they directly said that they couldn't do just that. They couldn't advise with the stacking ordinance, which I found incredibly frustrating and ironic. And then I wanted to also state, as far as calculating like what the 100 licenses would potentially bring into the county, the credit that cultivators were granted due to the shutdown of our programs in September of 2021, that credit is no longer available after the first of the year. So I don't know what position that puts some of those people in. And then if they've already gone through and were permitted this last year, they've already used their credit and will be paying the full amount moving forward for 2024. So that would be impeding. My general understanding of it is that it would be impeding the full fee amount, minus, of course, the general fund amount, which anyway. The other thing I wanted to point out, since Chair Cox mentioned that those funds go to the department versus the general fund, those fees have been paying for things in the sheriff's department for years. It is not purely isolated to the planning department and the cannabis division, just to clarify that on the record. Also, like Adrian mentioned and Drew mentioned, the taxes from Measure G that go into the general fund aren't collected for any permittee that does not have a county permit but has a state license. Those need to exist together at one time. I also think that it would be performative for you to send it back to the Planning Commission. Like Adrian said, there's no land use. I understand that you have to satisfy your constituent base, but that's not all that your job requires. Thank you. Happy holidays.
Thank you. Veronica?
Good morning, Veronica Kelly Albies, Douglas City. This was before the Planning Commission in some format. They made a recommendation to not change or to follow the ordinance as written. And that never made it to you. That was never brought up to you at the May 16th meeting. And if you look at April 27th meeting of the Planning Commission, they encouraged staff to start bringing whatever was in the queue forward. He asked if they'd be willing to do that. And they said, it's our job. We're absolutely willing to do that. And I'm wondering if perhaps there are some that might not pass the current variance definition, as we saw at a meeting last week. And maybe that's why they're being held back. I don't know. But I will tell you, your Planning Commission has told staff, let's start bringing it forward. Let's push these out. If there's no issue with them, let's get them out. Let's get people working. So it's always frustrating when people want to come down on the commission, when we watch them meeting after meeting say, yep, let's get this one going. It meets the law. It meets our ordinances, which is their job on land use. So I think that the staff, and I know I know Bella's just become a senior planner. Perhaps she could be utilized in getting these CCVs moving forward as she has in the past in some capacity. I'm not sure what the answer is, but I do know your Planning Commission is ready to move these forward, is ready to hear them. They said they do special meetings. So I encourage you to reach out to your Planning Commission, who does want to see things happen in our county, in the cannabis division, and help them support staff in that way. Staff brings it forward, they look at it, make sure it meets the requirements, boom, done. And we could be having that revenue that he keeps talking about, as well as tax revenue at the end of 2024. So I recommend that you send it back to them so that they can take a look at it and see if this is something they can recommend to you, or whether they just want to take on and do their job. Thank you.
Thank you. John?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'd like to encourage approval of this item. Um, the moving of the goalpost is something that has plagued our cannabis program since the beginning, and former Director Connell's arbitrary and some would say capricious management of the program resulted in several of these issues, not just this one. And the way the program had been administered since the beginning should remain. The previous commenters spoke that the 1 year that we've had to operate this way has not resulted in the sky falling. I don't think it's resulted in any new controversial variances or license approvals. And so the modifying and amending of the ordinance was originally, the original priority was to address this item specifically. And so here we are a year later, and we don't have that. But you do have the opportunity today to make staff's life livable and make this program feasible for the applicants and allow these people to continue operations. Most of them have been operating in this fashion since 2016, 2017, haven't changed a thing, and aren't getting complaints. And you're not hearing about these. We're talking about 100 small businesses in the poorest county in the state. So I encourage supporting staff and letting people work in a compliant, regulated way. That's all this is maintaining the existing way of doing things. So please approve this today. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have no other raised hands.
All right, with that, we will close public comment, bring it back to the board.
Well, to start discussion, I would move that we postpone this and bring it before the Planning Commission as soon as possible for a recommendation. I would also add to that if we discover that there are applicants that would have been approved in time to get the credit this year and don't because of this delay, that credit would be extended for those applicants only. If there's a way for that to be effectively done, and I guess staff can weigh in on that.
Discussion.
Okay. Discuss away.
Let's see, how do we start here? I think that I understand the issue with wanting to get some weigh-in from the Planning Commission, and I can see that there could be benefit in that. The difference in the example we had earlier in public comment is substantial. I mean, we were talking about actual changes to our ordinance and the stacking, and we should have had some more input from the Planning Commission. This is a little bit different. This is I remember when we brought this up last year, I think it was actually kind of my suggestion that we do this resolution as a way to get through this. It would have been nice if we could have got our ordinance updated. I still don't know that there's no guarantee that when we do the ordinance update, we're going to fix this issue. So it could be an ongoing problem. I don't know that we gain anything really by sending it to the Planning Commission. I struggle there because this is our action. I don't know what the Planning Commission would recommend to us, if they would recommend changes to the language or if they would just recommend that we don't do it. So that's where I struggle, is what would we be asking them to recommend? Because I think that if we're going to send it to the planning commission for their recommendation, we should also tell them what we want them to recommend. What are we looking for from them?
A couple of things with regard to the planning commission that come to my mind. The first one is there's like three. When we put stacking before them for the matter that we considered at our last meeting. I couldn't watch that meeting. That's the one that wasn't captured. But my understanding is they felt as though they weren't provided enough information to truly weigh in, and it was looked on more as we're putting this before you, expecting that you're going to rubber stamp something that we're not providing you with more information on. And that was offensive to them. And that needs to matter to us because that is an advisory body of people who give a significant amount of their time and effort for very little in return. And so to be, I'll just say, treated that way doesn't bode well. So to say, well, you're just putting this before them and you're just going to be kind of expecting that, you know, we don't know what they'll come up with. I don't like how that feels. We also made that error in judgment or process with, you know, the last three decisions that we made. Granted, they were in a group with regard to our general plan update. Those items came before the board and we went, oh yeah, whoops, planning commission, when really that general plan is their document. And we leapt right over the top of them. So I think there is process that needs to be followed. Now, granted, this did come before us last time this very way. So there is that on the opposite side of the conversation. So that's my planning commission statement. I think we need to uphold our planning commissioners and respect their seats and their input and have that regard. With regard to variances specifically, my understanding of a variance is that that is when an owner would otherwise suffer a unique hardship due to a uniqueness of property pertaining to topography or shape or size, and it doesn't have anything to do with economics or staff capacity. So the fact that we are streamlining variances that only have to do with economics and staff capacity does present some concern in my head.
Well, that's a deep discussion, but the main objective of that discussion is these aren't really variances. I mean, that the definition of a variance, none of these fall into it. It doesn't work. What they are is, and Drew's new language would be buffer reductions. Whether that's the correct language or not, when we end up with the final, we'll come up with that. But these, from a planning perspective, none of them fit or very few would fit the actual definition of a variance. When I was sitting on the planning commission, a lot of the hardships or the findings for why they would require a variance, a lot of it was, well, it would require new and substantial grading or this, but it wasn't actually based on the fact that it wouldn't fit on their property. And that's what a real variance would be, is it can't physically fit with these setbacks, so we're going to allow a variance. Most of these don't fall into that criteria. So it's a little difficult using that language anyway. So I think the biggest question is whether or not we want to continue forward with this, or if we want to send this to the planning commission basically as an acknowledgement of our planning commission would be the only thing that we would really be doing, I think, is saying, okay, we acknowledge that you guys are sitting here and we would like to have your feedback. But they can't,
It's our resolution.
if we are going to ask them for their feedback, I still think I would like to make it clear what we want them to do. Do we want them to make a recommendation on whether or not we should pass this resolution? Or do we want them to recommend changes to the resolution? What is it that we want them to recommend to us? And I think we should be clear on that. And then they can do with it as they please.
I feel like there's, well, I don't like that word, I feel. In my mind, I see kind of a, you know, when you see people doing those runs on water where the boards are just floating on the water and they run across the water and they're trying to do it as fast as they can so that they don't sink. I kind of feel like some of the things that we have done in the past are an attempt to run across this water so that we don't sink until we get our ordinance redone. And I think in the process of that, we have inadvertently created several of those bridges that our staff is trying to run across as fast as they can so that they don't sink. And then we're asking our population of citizenry who are in the cannabis industry to run across those before they sink as fast as they can as well. So with that said, I see images in my mind when I think so. Sorry that I had to share that in order to process, but we passed this ordinance, it's our ordinance. And I agree with Dan in that if we're going to send it back, we need to ask them to do something. And I appreciate 100% your comments, Jill, that if there is process that has been neglected, or if there has been a kind of a look away from our planning commission in some recent decision-making, not giving them credence perhaps, or that we need to go back into that relationship with our planning commission and develop a structure and a flow so that everyone is equally respected. I agree with that. I just don't know that this exact resolution at this time, with what is pending, is the time to hang this decision on our need to improve our relationship and flow with our planning commission. So I hear Supervisor Frazier's comments and I echo some of them along with what I just said.
So first of all, unless I'm missing something, we're talking about 20 days. Because what we have in place is in place until the end of the year. We have 2 meetings in January. We don't need special noticing to get this before the Planning Commission. So they should be able to hear this in time for us to have this before us again on January 19th. So we're talking about 20 days. So that does not seem like a big push. And when I think about the basis of this, I completely understand where people are coming from with frustrations of, we implemented a program with one interpretation. Staff at some point came along and said, oh, we have reinterpreted that and now we're changing what we had done in the past. And so now this new step is required. But that's what we did. And when we voted in this the last time, what we basically did is said, these applications would normally come before the Planning Commission and we're going to streamline and not require that. And now we're talking about, should the Planning Commission have an opportunity to weigh in and give a recommendation to the board as to whether we should waive that through this streamlining. To me, it's very directly a part of Planning Commission business. So it's not just about make them feel better or, have a more of a publicly supportive approach. It to me very much seems like their business, and it seems like we should have gone to them the first time. And I mean, sitting here today, I'm still in support of doing this. I understand why we're doing it. I understand that we're talking about previously approved and the variance only came because of a reinterpretation. And we have a great process that has been put in place. And we've had, I think, one, Drew, concern that was raised for one of these applications. Is that?
Yeah, we had two. As
Oh,
as
two, okay.
detailed, but yeah,
right.
one that was from a neighbor that didn't have a legal dwelling, so they didn't, meet the requirement. And the other one was a opposition form that was then retracted by the neighbor.
Okay. So, I mean, just again, I just come back to say that this to me seems to very directly affect the business of the Planning Commission and therefore deserves their interpretation. It may be a stretch, but one could say, the state telling us what we can and can't do about the zoning of electric vehicle chargers is not unlike the board saying Planning Commission will tell you what you can and can't hear about land use, which ultimately the board can, but should they? Just like the state can, but should they?
I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem sending it back to the Planning Commission. My concern is if we do, which partially the timeline is, it's not, I don't think it's going to be that big of a deal in January. That doesn't seem to be the biggest time for annual licenses to be coming up for renewal. But I would like, if we're going to do that, that we tell the Planning Commission what we're asking of them to do. I don't want to send it to the Planning Commission and say, okay, we want to know whether or not we should pass this. I want to send it to the Planning Commission and say, what would you say? And then would you recommend it? So it's like, if they see this and say, oh, we hate it, we're not going to recommend it. That doesn't do us any good. But if they see it and say, if you change this word, then it's good. Or maybe they recommend that we, instead of extending it for 1 year, their recommendation might be you extend it until you fix this in your ordinance. Well, if we're going to send it back for recommendations, I want real recommendations, not just pass or fail recommendation. I want it to be, how would you choose to make it better? If we're not going to get that, I don't think we gain anything.
Agreed.
Also, is it part of the ordinance update to change this word variance? I mean, you are talking about a buffer zone and that's going to be.
Yeah, so in the first draft that we had public workshops for and whatnot, the concept as proposed is to utilize a mechanism that other jurisdictions have used for this type of, setback requirement or buffer. So it's an administrative buffer reduction process is what was proposed, which just basically means that, and, since the ordinance hasn't been, brought to you all for your consideration, it's just a proposal. My expectation would be that even if we did convert to an administrative buffer reduction process and then stop with an erroneous use of the term variance, I would think that likely where we'll land is that for administrative buffer reductions that were not previously approved variances, approved by the Planning Commission, those initial administrative buffer reductions would likely, the path that I think it would take is that those would go to the Planning Commission for them to weigh in on whether they think it's appropriate for those buffers reductions to be applied. To Dan's comments about the misuse of the term variance, from my perspective, it's totally correct. And I'm not sure why we would create significant burden for staff or for Planning Commission agendas going forward to really try and get through an erroneous process that we're about to change. The other thing related to the details presented to you is that of the 54 resolution applied, as Rick asked, none of them actually were opposed formally, and none of them required taking that CCV to the planning commission for them to weigh in on it again. And I'd also like to point out that, there's 54 there. Right now, our current active licenses is at 254. So that's another 200 projects that during calendar year 2023 were licensed. Neighbor notifications went out. Not a single one of those was appealed. So, in terms of the active issued licenses that we have, I thought that what we created in this resolution was actually quite effective. We added a new layer of, neighbor input with the consent opposition form. So again, I guess as sort of an aside to the primary question of whether you all want to approve this updated resolution, that policy change, if you will, to include an additional layer of neighbor input in terms of the consent and opposition form was something that we established as a result of this resolution. It also has some impacts in terms of the clarification that was provided in terms of what additional elements needed to be included into the Appendix Cs. So those, without this updated resolution, those other elements that we established via this resolution will get into an area of whether or not that is a requirement for 2024. So I don't know if you have any other questions for me, but I just wanted to make sure that you all were aware that it actually worked quite well. My thinking is that if we take it to the Planning Commission, they will want to see the 30 or so projects that now are required to obtain a CCV because of staff's interpretation of cultivation versus canopy. And again, I'm not sure why we would create that administrative burden to engage in a process that it's been known for years is not the appropriate process.
One of the things that's crossing my mind is, and whether we weigh in on this here or whether we ask the Planning Commission to put it on their list of things that we would be very intentional and specific about in these letters. And I loved hearing the public comment that in all of the variances that went forward, there don't seem to be any neighbor concerns. There doesn't seem to be conflict in the field, so to speak. But when we sent out, and I'm glad that we did the letters and allowed people to mail that in. I guess what I'm wondering about, is there any potential that there is somebody didn't get their letter timely, if someone is ill, if someone is on vacation, for whatever reason they didn't respond in those 10 days. Could we add a layer? I don't know what that would look like. We can sit here and think about it. We can ask the Planning Commission to think about it. I just want to make sure that there are no neighbors that are unheard because they feel intimidated, because a timeline ran out, for whatever reason. Respecting the rural residential neighbor property and rights and their outcomes is what I want to make sure we've covered all the bases on.
Yeah, I think that makes good sense. The only thing that I think I can add to, that topic is that essentially the way that the resolution was constructed, it only applies to previously licensed sites. So many of these sites have been in the program for a handful of years, which means that they've had those neighbors, if there were concerns, have had the opportunity on multiple calendar year renewals to, oppose the project and appeal the project. So I would think that, for the majority of these projects, and I think it's well evidenced in, the fact that we applied 54, 54 projects applied, the resolution applied to. We didn't receive, any qualified oppositions, or the one that we did receive that was qualified basically was a bit of a neighbor dispute as I understood it. And his concern was trash on the adjacent parcel. And that site had been licensed for many years. So I think they must have just, had a conversation and, probably trash got taken to the dump or whatever. So, going forward, I'm not sure what Planning Commission would offer in terms of how we could improve this process. There could be a longer timeline, I suppose, you know, for neighbors to respond. But given the fact that all of these were previously licensed, we can say that they've had one, if not 6 chances to appeal the project if they were, you know, seriously opposed to that project being next to them.
Okay, understood. Thank you
I
for
have a
that.
second motion.
Please.
Propose my own motion.
Just a second, I want a little bit more discussion and then you
Oh.
can jump in there with that motion. I'm just looking at a calendar. I'm just wondering if, I know it complicates it because it's Christmas. Is there any way to get a special meeting in faster and have this be on the January 3rd agenda if we send it back to the planning commission, or is that just?
My second motion might not make that not necessary.
Okay, good.
The motion is to extend the resolution through the end of February 2024 to provide an opportunity for the Planning Commission to consider this process and make a recommendation with specific supporting comments prior to the board considering extension of this resolution through calendar year 2024. So basically, we keep it just like it is until we have a chance for the Planning Commission to hear it. There's no interruption. We get the benefit of what, you got all that, right? And when we get the benefit of the Planning Commission's view on this before we extend it for the full calendar year.
That man can think out of the box.
February.
I can read it. I read it again if you like.
If I could only ask the board to add to that, but in relation to what Dan was saying, could we also identify specifically what we want the planning commission to evaluate?
Let me read it again and see if people feel there's a need for modification. Motion to extend the resolution through February 2024 to provide an opportunity for the Planning Commission to consider this process and make a recommendation with specific supporting comments prior to the board considering extension of this resolution through calendar year 2024. So in fact, I'm happy to modify that.
I would say probably the best way to ensure that we get the recommendation we want from the Planning Commission would be to direct staff to let the Planning Commission know we want a recommendation on how they would change this if they think it needs to be changed and to make it better. So that not just whether or not we should pass this resolution, but if there's a way that it can be changed to make it more functional or whatever they think their concern is. Don't just recommend we don't pass it if you have concerns, but fix the concerns. That would be my, and I think that staff can probably pass that on to the commission.
I would say recommendations, even if their thinking takes them into a space that, well, that really applies more to a potential ordinance update, not maybe specifically to this resolution, but go ahead and delve into all those areas that at the end of not just this, but the ordinance update, we really do land in a space that's good for everyone.
As long as my main concern is that we don't just get a recommendation to either approve it or don't approve it. Why? And how would you fix it? And I would like to see it. Okay, this is what you need to fix in order for us to recommend an approval. And if that would be what I'd like to see.
So here's one possible way to address that is adding the recommendation should include suggestions on ways to improve the resolution if they feel it should not be approved as presented.
Good with that.
You support that change, seconder?
Yes, sir.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris.
On the not Rick's first
We're voting on the second motion that he just read, correct?
Yes.
Supervisor Leutwiler.
Aye.
Supervisor Frazier.
Aye.
Chairman Cox.
Aye. Thank you. Item 4.2, set the Board of Supervisors meeting schedule for calendar year 2024. And so I'll turn this over to CEO Ted Hill, but I'm going to make some opening comments first. It was me rather whining about meetings that go late before I have to get all the way to Sacramento for an RCRC meeting that led us to this place, and realizing now this affects a whole lot more than just, wow, my awareness that other counties do 2 and 4, whereas we do 1 and 3. And maybe we want to be like the neighboring counties, and there are a host of reasons why we don't want to go through that whole process. But I did have some conversation on the other side as to how we might fix that. So without getting into too much discussion before we put a motion on the table, I just would say if I could undo the past, I would. And I will hand it to CAO Ted Hill.
Thank you, Chair. So yeah, after the last meeting, went back to staff and just proposed the alternative of a potential, second and fourth Tuesday meeting, and overwhelmingly significant response, strictly due to scheduling conflicts that are already scheduled for calendar year 24 for committees and different activities that members of the staff are involved with their own state or other professional type organizations that they've already committed to those schedules based upon our first and third Tuesday schedule of a board meeting. And so they could be available for that depending upon what type of agenda was on the topic, or a topic was on the agenda, sorry. So yeah, the overwhelming recommendation from staff and myself is to keep the first and third Tuesday. And then when we do have a known, meeting or other engagement that starts on, say, Wednesday, that there's a couple of those, we can be aware of that and try to appropriately adjust the agenda as much as we can.
Certainly. All right. Are there any questions? All right. With that, I will open the public comment. Is there any in the room? Seeing none, is there any on Zoom?
I have no raised hand.
All right, with that, we will close public comment, bring it back to the board. And I would like to be the maker of the motion that says we should just leave our calendar on the first and third Tuesdays of the month, with the exception of those that we choose by holiday landing on a Monday. We choose to move from Tuesday to Wednesday, as we had said in the past.
I'll second that.
Right. Motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? All right, Ashley.
Supervisor Leutwiler,
Aye.
Chairman Cox,
Aye.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris,
Aye.
Supervisor Frazier.
Aye.
Thank you. Item 4.3, pursuant to Trinity County fee waiver policy, consider waiving $3,913.96 in building permit fees for the Trinity County Food Outreach's 4 disaster containers to be put in rural areas of Trinity County. Potential loss of revenue in the amount of $3,913.96 to the building department. And CO Ted Hill, I open this to you initially.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So before Connor and Jeff make any comments that obviously they wish to do. So I have reviewed this. I've exchanged some dialogue back and forth with Connor, and based upon the budgetary realities that the county is in, it's my recommendation that we waive half of these fees. I've had I've had a number of conversations with Cody regarding the potential building inspections based upon what the proposal is for the middle building structures and the concrete pads and the amount of electrical works that's in there. There is a possibility that we could get the number of inspections down to 2. So that would be, 2 full round trips to each one of these sites. And that would obviously still entail a certain amount of cost But I think given the, you know, the importance of this project, given the potential, you know, benefit to really the whole of county, based upon the locations that I'm aware of, and maybe Connor can speak more to that. But that's my recommendation, based upon my review of the project, the amount of information that's put forth, and my discussions with staff, is to waive half the fees, given the realities of the budget constraints we are in.
Okay. All right, and just counsel a little bit of guidance. Do we do public comment before or after an applicant speaks?
After.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name's Connor Nixon. I work with the Trinity County Food Outreach Incorporated, a nonprofit corporation dedicated to supporting the food pantries and soup kitchens in Trinity County. Over the last few years, our efforts have expanded to disaster relief for those citizens impacted by fire and other natural disasters in the county. We're here today to ask for a complete fee waiver for the project directly related to disaster relief for 4 rural communities repeatedly impacted by disasters in Trinity. Our current project is to place 4 40-foot specially designed cargo containers in these rural communities and fill the containers with emergency supplies to help those who stay behind to defend their homes and their community. When a disaster occurs, one of the first things to go is the power. Power is vital in the rural communities. Without power, the water systems fail and the perishable food rapidly turns bad. In emergencies, the county sheriff declares a mandatory evacuation. But as we know, some people stay behind to protect their homes. Some people stay behind because they have no place to go, and others stay as volunteer emergency workers and their support groups. When in place, these containers filled with emergency supplies would provide short-term life-protecting items for those whose communities, to help those communities survive during the disaster. In the past, we've remodeled the Trinity County Food Bank twice, once to the tune of $130,000 and a second time to $148,000 respectively. We asked for and received complete fee waivers for the necessary county inspections for those buildings. It is my understanding the CAO wishes us to pay 50% of the inspection fees for this project. We're asking you to waive all of those fees for this project. I understand the CAO's concern and his desire to keep the county's nose above the waterline of bankruptcy. For years, the county has been cycling through deficit spending. We also are not asking that every fee be waived on every project brought to you by nonprofits trying to help our community. We're only asking for a complete fee waiver for this project that is closely tied to public safety in those 4 rural disaster-prone areas. To date, we've raised funds for 1 container totaling of $57,460, and an additional $30,000 we have raised towards a second container. We hope to have 2 containers in and stocked prior to our upcoming fire season this year. One final point, we did ask for a generic letter of support for this meeting, but that somehow was left off of the calendar, and we'd like to come back to the board in the next session of that. Those type of letters allow us to take it back to the funders to seek additional funding. And as this project will totally cost, when completed, $250,000, we need all of the help that we can get in this effort. We need the county to partner up with us. We don't need half partners. We need full partners in this effort. I'd like now to turn this over to Jeff England, the president of Trinity County Food Outreach, for his input and answer any questions that you may have. Thank you. Thank you, Connor. Hello, board, Mr. Tudhill. I think it's just a small thing to ask the county to waive the fees of $3,913. We've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars doing disaster relief. It's not just fires. Last year, I had to go to Ruth Lake in snowstorm and brought food, blankets, water. We have $100,000 worth of MREs that we want to put in place. And I tried to go back a second time, and there was a avalanche blocking Highway 36, so I couldn't go. But having those items in place is going to be very good for the people. And it's not just fires, it's downriver. Heidi can attest to the tree damage and the roadblocks and everything else. But please consider, and we're still trying to raise more money, and we have to raise more money for other items that are going to go in those cargo containers. And that $3,913 would help us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Yes, it is my understanding that donors will give toward the hard costs, but they don't want to contribute toward county fees. Is that correct?
Right. It's just for this project. And then we're going to have to go after some funding to buy more supplies. I think it's going to be huge. And other counties have done this also. Shasta County is in the process of doing it. And indeed, you have some cargo containers in place. And these cargo containers will be have a split unit in it to keep the optimal temperature, so the stuff doesn't freeze, doesn't get too hot and spoil. And Feeding America has promised us, they're called Ready Set Meals, that we're going to put in place in those, and they're really great boxes. They're pretty much 3 meals for a person every day. So we can put a pallet or 2 of those in the cargo containers, and a 40-foot container holds a lot of pallets. And it's going to have a side door, not, so we can get to everything. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jeff, one question. We're talking here, at least in this document, about 4 containers. Is that the total project plan, or are there more?
No, we're just the 4 containers, basically every kind of corner. We want to put one in Ruth Lake, maybe Mad River, Coffee Creek, and either in Sawyer or in Hawkins Bar. And that's another thing we have to just, discuss with where we're going to put that and see if they will okay us putting it there. Like Ruth, it would be at the fire hall, and either at the Sawyer Church or at the Hawkins Bar Community Center. And then Coffee Creek would probably be at the Coffee Creek Fire Department, but they're kind of low priority because they do have stuff in place at the fire station there. I've given them MREs and water and et cetera.
Okay, thank you.
And then after placement at the designated locations, there's a passing off of some sort to whatever entity is going to be able to open that up when needed?
Yes, I have site managers in all of my food bank sites that would, be responsible for that. We have to put a really good lock on them because we don't want them getting cut open. But no, I have people in place in every community. We have 16 different sites throughout the county, and 5 of those I do myself. So the other ones, or the other 11, have site managers to take care of the food distribution. We just drop off the food, and they would take care of the generator. It's going to be propane generator, just because fuel goes bad if you don't use them.
And the ongoing expense of providing power for those generators then falls to entities within those areas?
No, we would take care of that. Yeah, we don't want to put an extra burden on them. And it's going to be a small amount anyway.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, very good. All right, with that, we will open public comment. Is there any in the room? Seeing none, is there any on Zoom? Philip?
Yes, thank you for the opportunity to speak on this matter. Supervisors, Chairman Cox, CAO Tahoe. I appreciate and I understand CAO Tuthill's comments on the county matters. I don't mean to undermine his generous recommendation to waive 50% of those fees, but I think in this situation, waiving 100% of the fees is warranted. You have another agenda item coming up next, which is another fee waiver. And looking at that item under the summary, number 3, it says facility or project proposed by the service organization, nonprofit, or other public agencies will provide a public benefit to the citizens of Trinity County. I can't think of a bigger benefit to the citizens of Trinity County other than Jeff England's program that he brings forward. And when Trinity County has an event, a disaster, which we normally have several a year, which you're well aware of, Jeff is the first boots on the ground. He's the first one making calls to the county to see what is needed, how he can help with continuity of operation. So my recommendation is to allow the 100% of the fees to be waived on this particular project. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak on this matter.
Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Tom Belenko, Douglas City. I'd just like to add my voice to ask that the entirety of the fee be waived in this situation. Not only is that an opportunity for that money to go back into the service that this nonprofit provides, which I think is important, we're here on what I would consider the outer fringes of building permit requirements. On a side note, there have been a lot of discussions with building about the appropriateness of permitting shipping containers. Anybody who's been to any city on the coast has seen them stacked 10 or 20 high, no building permits. But I understand that a permit is required here. However, I think the process for permitting is not something that's going to take a tremendous amount of staff effort or time. And in contrast, what the organization can do with even a few $1,000s, be it gas money, be it whatever it may be, propane, I think that money stretches longer in the organization than it does at the county. So I would well aware that we need to watch every penny, and I appreciate that. I think this is a waiver we can undertake. Thank you.
Thank you.
John. John.
Got his hand up, but he's not unmuting.
Maybe he didn't put it down after the last one.
No, he just popped it
Can you
up.
hear me now?
There we go. Yes.
Sorry about that. I agree with the previous two commenters. This is possibly one of the very most essential services that a local government could provide, especially in such a rural area with such poor transportation and frequent disasters. But in a normal county, this is a service that the county would provide. But here it's somehow accomplished with volunteers, and they do an amazing job. This is an opportunity for the county to pony up and be a full partner insofar as just the simple permitting of shipping containers. I would love to see the county pony up more frequently in other areas where they could assist this vital program. And I want to encourage approval of this item and to cover the full price of the fees. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have no other raised hands.
All right, with that, we will close public comment, bring it back to the board. Anyone care to make a motion?
I would like to make a motion that we waive full fees for item number 4.3.
I'll second.
Motion by Supervisor Carpenter Harris, second by Supervisor Lutweiler. And is there any discussion?
I would just like to make a few statements regarding my request in this motion. I appreciate 100% that the county is always trying to find ways to, withhold money and save money. But I don't think my community is ever going to be able to express enough gratitude for the impact of the deliveries that were given to us during the snowstorm and during the last couple fire seasons. Although it might only be 50 miles on the road, the distance from Salyer to Weaverville is sometimes feels like chasms in more ways than one. I remember coming here a few days, about a week or so into living through the first stages of the snowstorm and arriving in Weaverville and someone asking me where had I been. And I said, what do you mean, where have I been? And they said, well, what do you mean? Did something happen downriver? And that just like spoke volumes to the cry of a lot of the people that live downriver, to some of the levels, I guess, maybe of unawareness of the outlying stretches of this county. Miles mean nothing. The terrain is tremendous. And the impact that the folks at the food distribution, it's not just food, it's blankets, it's canisters for heating buddy heaters, it's air purifiers, it's so much more than just a box of food and a case of water. Dog food, cat food, and then just the network that the group has with other and through the VOAD with other organizations outside of our county. The trigger that these guys flip when we have an emergency is an expanse greater than just what comes from our local contributors. It's Northern California, and in some states, in some situations, it's statewide. And we had people heating themselves with their propane oven open. I had a woman on oxygen who came to get a buddy heater who had been literally heating herself with her propane oven open. And that was the only way she was getting any heat to her house due to the trees falling on lines and dismantling her heating capacity. And so when those buddy heaters roll through and those even the little snap pop pads, we're saving lives. These guys have saved lives. And if they haven't saved lives in on the flat line, they have certainly allowed people to stay in their homes or get back into their homes. And we can't provide that as a county. Our infrastructure doesn't allow that. So what we're getting in exchange for the fees here is tremendous, in my opinion. And that's why I'm going to vote yes to waive the fees.
Okay, the only other thing that I would like to say before we vote is I just want to acknowledge our CAO for the outcome of this today is not indicative that he doesn't care about the things that we are expressing and care about. And he has the very hard job of making sure that everything stays down a straight line and we end up in a good space at the end of all of our endeavors. And so I just want to acknowledge that and appreciate what that means. And if we, I guess I'm wondering, we vote today, and then does this come out of contingency? Does this come out of our LATCF funding? Is that something that you just decide administratively, or is that something that we need to specify?
It'll end up coming out of the planning department specifically the building division budget. And there's a high likelihood come April or May, we'd be coming back for a, budget adjust to use contingency funds to cover this. But we will address that at a later date.
Okay. All right. Any other discussion?
I just echo those comments. I know we've had discussions here before where there's been back and forth about where we should and shouldn't, and acknowledgement that we are in an extremely challenging financial position. And I appreciate our CAO's efforts to try to balance that, giving and protecting, and also support the reasons why we're having this discussion. So thank you.
Supervisor Lutwiler.
Aye.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris.
Aye.
Supervisor Frazier.
Aye.
Chairman Cox.
Aye. And thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, board.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 4.4, pursuant to county fee waiver policy, consider waiving planning fees in an unknown amount, minimum $2,850 deposit, $2,764 in clerk recorder fees, and $50 in administration filing fees for the Burnt Ranch Estates Mutual Water Company's project to update the water system. Potential loss in revenue in an unknown amount to the planning department, minimum $2,850, $2,764 to clerk recorder, and $50 filing fee. The county does not have authority for the CDFW fee referenced on the application. CAO Ted Hill.
Thank you, Chair. So this one, the way the fee request was put in, it does create a little bit of confusion. That's why I wanted to clarify in there that we don't have any, authority over the CDFW fee portion that you see. That as this project goes through, that will more than likely be used for some sort of mitigated negative declaration if that's the way the project goes. And then if that is approved, the fee that is associated with filing that document is a $50 fee in the clerk recorder office. So that fee's on there. The aspect that the planning department fee is that initial $2,850, and I realize that's it's above the threshold that was delegated to me of $2,500. So that's why we're having this discussion here. When I review this project, I don't think it meets the criteria of item number 3 there, benefit the citizens of Trinity County. I do believe it benefits some of the citizens, and it benefits the citizens of Burnt Ranch. And in the application itself, you can see that there's 40 members of that residential community, if you will, that it does benefit. But I don't believe this project, meets the overall citizens of Trinity County. So that is why I am recommending this particular project, the fee waiver request be denied in its entirety.
All right, thank you. Questions?
We have someone from the board
Oh,
here.
thank you.
Hi, good morning, supervisors. I'm Tyler Thompson. I'm the secretary of the Burnt Ranch Estates Water Company. I'm been on the board for about 10 years. Currently, there's 3 of us. We are asking for this fee waiver for a project upgrade to our water system. We applied for some grant funding we've been applying for grant funding for as long as I've been on the board, I should say. We started to receive some grant funding in 2020 and had estimated costs for a project to basically upgrade aging infrastructure on the system that was put in when these original properties were developed back in the 70s. So ironically, the water was shut off for part of the system this last weekend while repair was done. Anyway, we estimated costs, received some grant funding in 2020. Those costs have gone up, unfortunately, more than normal in the last 3 years. Just materials alone, as we start to put stuff out to bid, are coming in, a little bit higher than what I had even estimated what inflation would be, I guess. So that said, we're trying to get as much as we can with the funding we've received. Some of that was, some of those grants were, I wouldn't say contingent upon, but some of the qualifying requirements, I don't know if they were requirements, but some of the qualifications that we had were, we are a majority impoverished community based on some sort of income guidelines that the state has, the water board puts out. I'm not 100% sure what those thresholds are. It was quite a while ago when I filled that stuff out. But that said, we are not serving the entirety of Trinity County, no, but we are, a nonprofit. We're not a for-profit company. We're just a mutual water company that our services the people within the district, I guess I should say. So, or not even district, just within the allotted service of the original subdivision that was put in. So that said, we're hopeful that we can get as much as we can to upgrade the infrastructure with the funds that we received. And here we are, more or less starting this project with Trinity County environmental compliance, which is also more expensive than some of the original estimates that we had come up with starting the funding process for the project. We don't have, I guess, a lot of contingency funding to try and meet where we're falling short. And without I guess without being able to complete the project, I'm unsure of, if we will be able to start with some of the funding requirements. So I guess I'm open to any questions that anybody has that might benefit your decision.
Thank you. Questions?
I have some.
Mhm.
I've had the opportunity to tour the system that we're talking about. But I can't remember a couple things, so maybe you can help me remember.
Yeah.
So you're a water mutual. So the folks that are getting water are contributing to the system.
That is correct. Like I said, we're not a for-profit company. We only provide services for the original inclusion of the properties that were, I guess, allotted a portion of the water. And we're, not expanding. We don't have intentions to do more. We're
Upgrading infrastructure.
Just upgrading the existing infrastructure.
And the infrastructure was damaged in some degree in the fire. What year? Do you remember?
I don't remember.
I feel like,
there's, it's been years of sort of cobbled together by basically volunteers such as myself or other individuals on the board or within the system to kind of just, keep it together. The Sawyer one was significantly damaged in the fire issues these last couple of years. But ours, has had multiple things over the years since its installation, but we've managed to more or less limp it along. One of the main reasons why we actually took longer to receive funding than pretty much any of the other nearby districts, stretching all the way down to the Klamath River, is that through most of the trials and tribulations, we were able to provide state compliant drinking water to the shareholders, I guess. And therefore, by not failing our testing and by not doing all these really egregious things, we were last in line to get the funding. That was basically done by us as volunteers, So by providing the bare minimum requirements, we were, kind of shuffled to the bottom of the pile over and over and over again. So yeah, we have managed to keep it together despite all the issues throughout the years of disaster stuff on the system. So, but it's to the point now where we have started to see lack of service, albeit as short as we can make it, or maybe a failure in or an advisory to boil drinking water due to a chlorinator not functioning due to a lack of power and all these other things that, is being faced, across the county in multiple areas, I'm sure.
So just for you folks to be able to paint a picture of where this is, if you take the Burnt Ranch School Road and you continued past the elementary school and past the Forest Service and then the kind of a staging unit for the volunteer fire department there, and you continue up that road, there's an entire community up there that this water system feeds. It's a established subdivision and individual family homes and units.
And I'm sorry, I had to step out for a second. Can you tell me the total cost of the project and at least as anticipated and the number of people served? Or families?
The properties served are 35. These are a little bit larger parcels, so some of them could have potentially 2 residences with like an ADU. I'm not 100% sure statistically on what that is, but 35 properties, I would say it's almost, majority, single family residences. And the overall cost of the project, I am not 100% sure, I guess. So I don't want to misquote and be.
Well, maybe even what you thought it was when you went for the grant and such.
We originally had applied for $3 million worth of grant funding, and we did not receive all of that. We had some assistance in estimating what they thought our system needed, I guess, to completely upgrade the lines, the tanks. I mean, it's, not even meeting the requirements for not even anywhere close to meeting CAL FIRE's requirements of water stored per parcel for fire requirements or hydrant space per, foot along the road, or, there were so many different layers, right? So we were able to receive funding where we could through different sources of the state water resources or Department of Water Resources, drought resilience funding, I guess. So there was many of the things that were asked for in the original funding were not applicable to where the funding source came from, I guess. So I don't know what the final number that was settled upon was, but it wasn't to do everything that we had originally told we were needed to do. We focused on the areas where we thought we really required it and went from there. So sorry, I don't know the exact number where we stand with it currently. I just know that as we've gone through the process, as of recent, just starting to receive some initial estimates. We haven't even sent anything out to proposal for bid yet. Just this last year, the initial estimates were significantly higher than they were in 2020, right? So, which is, hence where the county's at, I'm sure. I mean, it's where everybody's at in reality, right? So we are still hoping to complete what we see as the bare minimum necessities to keep the system functioning with the money that we have. So
I have 2 more questions.
Yeah.
Does this water system provide water for hydrants for fire suppression, or?
It does, yes. It does for that community. The last one being at the volunteer fire station for Hawkins Bar volunteer fire department. We have a hydrant down there for them as well, or it's not for them specifically, but that's the only building. That's the only building where that hydrant is, I should say, and then the other ones are spaced along the way there.
And then who's doing the design work?
That is Trinity Valley Consulting Engineers.
So a local company.
The engineering office here in Weaverville. And yeah, we like I said, we've gotten some of the estimates, based on their knowledge of projects currently being done, is basically based on the projected cost that they're anticipating. So. That would be one other benefit I guess we are providing is potentially to the broader fire district of Hawkins Bar, which covers, Burnt Ranch, Sawyer, not Sawyer, but 2 Sawyer and Hawkins Bar. So we unfortunately currently our tanks are so small, we've been very reluctant to let water be filled off of our hydrants, other than specifically Hawkins Bar. The Forest Service will sometimes try to do it as well, because they don't have hydrants that I guess are always readily available to their needs. But our tanks are so small that when we fill one water tender during the fires, it accounts for almost like 30% of our water. So.
And these hydrants are the closest hydrants that are available to Burnt Ranch Elementary School.
Burnt Ranch has its own.
Has one on its new system.
On its own, yeah. We were approached to integrate into that, but it was very complicated. And I think in the end, they were able to meet their bare minimum requirements, but separate of their own system. Yes, we are the nearest thing.
For the surrounding homes and properties. Right?
Yeah.
Is it? I want to just make sure that I understand. Are some of the funding dollars that you're applying for contingent on your ability to have permits in hand?
Well, with no secret, there's no project.
Okay.
So hence here we are for step one with the permitting processes. And this is the planning stage to get through the CEQA portion of it. So yes, I mean, without the CEQA being conducted, we have no project to even do. So.
And being a water mutual, if that money doesn't exist, you go directly to the fee payers and ask them to pony up an extra couple $100 from each one of them in order to cover the.
Yes, I guess that would be our contingent. Our contingency would be to, we have very limited reserve funding, but yeah, that would be, I guess, our only option, I suppose. We have applied for more grant funding. That was 6 years ago. So, I don't know, where it will all come from. I understand the county being in that situation as well, where, you don't know where it's all going to come from. So we just believe that, I guess, for our little neck of the woods, we are providing a public service for a not-for-profit company. So I wish that we did not have to, that it could, instead of the fees being waived, that the requirement to go through these, some of these conditions would be waived instead, as it seems just like a great benefit to our community to have this, but that's not what we're able to ask. So the only thing we can ask for is the fee waiver.
Question really more for Trent. I'm just wondering, when I hear about all these water companies that we have throughout, and our original property that we owned here was served by a very small water company with a very large linking tank right above our property for a while. So I know how that can go, and there were not very many people there. Does the county play any role in assisting these organizations in planning, coordinating, obtaining funds, or is every of those organizations, they're just kind of on their own and make it work? I just don't know enough about this.
Unfortunately, it's really the latter. From a planning perspective or from an engagement perspective, yeah, we would be involved, but from a actual project design, development, implementation, the individual, either, mutual or service district or whomever's providing that utility to that residential area is responsible for that. The way they, the way they would go about collecting fees could be different, whether that's fees from, paying members for the utility or through grants or through other means like that.
Okay. And Heidi, I know you have a ton of experience, so.
Degree regarding PUC compliance. You can't just arbitrarily raise rates because you need to do it. There's regulatory requirements in that regard as well. So these small water mutuals are like, their hands are tied in a lot of ways because of the regulatory responsibility that they carry, and the fact that that responsibility has to be met, like you said, by a group of volunteers. The county doesn't have a mechanism to offer support other than potential fee waivers. And it is 100% on the responsibility of the landowners to engage in these water mutuals. And then they have to go out and find all of their own money to provide water to their communities. And one of the things that is incredibly challenging and is something I think is important to realize is that when you are on a boiled water notice and you have 4 houses in your community for sale, those houses do not sell. Because people are not going to buy a house where they feel like they have to have a boiled water notice. They're not sure about their water system. We have properties for sale in different areas in our community that are under boiled water, or their water systems are not up to speed, if you will. And it greatly reduces the property value of those properties and their ability to move those properties in a real estate scenario. So when we have this type of situation here and in other communities, it's not just it reaches out into many, many ways of creating financial fluidity as well. You know, when you have people that can't sell their home and they.
So we're in a lot of discussion right
Yeah,
now.
I'm curious.
without a
Yeah, I was
motion on the
sorry
table.
about
We
that.
need to stay
Sorry.
with our
It's a
Q&A.
passionate point, obviously.
Totally fair. Did you have other questions?
No.
Okay, I did have a couple questions. So, and sorry if you just have to educate me a little bit, I understand water systems, but when we talked about the hydrants, and I think to me, we're talking about quality of drinking water, and then we're talking about hydrants for fire suppression. Is there right now enough water and pressure to utilize the hydrants for fire suppression at this time?
I suppose you'd probably get a different answer from different people. My personal opinion is no.
I'm more asking what the regulatory agencies would say.
I would say no. If you were to put this amount of water storage for this amount of properties being developed currently, the project would be denied. So no.
Okay.
Due to current standards, I would say no.
Okay.
Like 100% no.
Mhm.
But yeah, that is one of our parts of this project is to upgrade the tanks to significantly larger, so by about 500%.
Sure. And then you mentioned that you have limited reserve funding. What would the plan of attack be if this were denied today due to the fact that the county also has enormously limited funding and you need this as your first step in your CEQA process? Where would you go to look for that funding source?
I guess I would say that our limited reserve funding is for the functional operations of our system. We have very limited funding to just keep the system operational. And that's where our funding would have to come from if we were to try to use it. I, as a board member, don't know if I would feel comfortable doing that. So I guess we would probably be trying to look at the additional grant funding that may or may not come in. So I don't know, I don't want to speak for the other board members or shareholders within the system that we would be, willing, or if it would be a wise decision to utilize the reserve funding that we have for something on a project that, is just getting off the ground. That funding is utilized for, like I said, for something that, was voluntarily fixed by people within the system on Saturday. So that funding paid for repair parts and so forth. So, so that is the funding that I guess speak of, and don't know if that would be a wise choice with how limited it truly is to utilize it for something like this project.
And then I guess this question would be for the CAO, where we don't have any incorporated cities within the county, but we did see, for example, the community of Hayfork passed their own bond measure to put toward their needs for their school. Is that something that a community like this could have a specific bond measure where those people, because of the CPUC requirements, where they can't just increase their rates, is that a road to potential funding mechanism?
Potentially, yes. I think the big difference though is the numbers that you're talking about with a city like or a excuse me, a community like Hayfork and the number of residents that entire water district serves. And that water district's been in effect since 55 or 56. The difference between that and like the size of the mutual that this one affects, which is like 35 or 40, you know, parcels or residences, their effect to raise any real money is significantly different when you're talking 30, say 40 versus, you know, 1,000 or 1,800.
Right, but I think the analogy in my mind was going to a community like Euphoric with a bond the size of what was needed for their school versus a tiny community and they need about $3,000.
Oh, you mean specifically for these fees? Oh,
It seems so insignificant that that would be
I
kind of
think the administrative cost to get a bond on would far outweigh the $3,000.
So are there other, that's an obvious no then, are there other avenues that they could get this money?
Not that I'm readily familiar with.
Okay. Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with that, we will open public comment. Is there any in the room? Seeing none. Is there any on Zoom?
John Brower.
I'd like to encourage approval of this item. It seems very
Hey, John, can you walk to a different part of your room?
affordable price to for the county earns goodwill in the community. This new improved water storage system would be the how's this any better?
There we go.
Yeah.
Thank you.
How's this any better?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
How's this any better?
He's got an echo in his own.
Oh, are you playing with me?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Sorry. I'm in support of approval of this item. It seems a very cheap price to build to for the county to earn some goodwill in the community. The improvements to this system would be really the only source of firefighting water for many, many miles in the downriver area. And this is only $3,000 to help these people out. They've had almost no help from the county since the fires, and this would be something. Thank you.
We're having trouble. Are you?
He muted.
He muted himself. Okay, so you're finished. All right. I think we missed a few of your words, but we do have the general understanding of your message. So thank you. Bella?
Good morning or good afternoon, board. I just wanted to make it aware that staff is online. So if you have any technical questions about the review, both Patrick and I are online. So thank you.
Thank you.
I have no other raised hands.
All right, thank you. With that, we will close public comment, bring it back to the board. Bella, I'd like to engage with you for a moment if I could. You offered information on technical review if we had questions, and I don't have a question, so I would like you to answer the question that I don't know to ask.
Excellent.
Thank you.
I don't. Did you want me to assist you?
I do. What
In
information
asking a
is
question?
it that you know that you feel the board should be aware of based on information that you have?
Oh, I conversed with Patrick this morning before this item came on, and he provided some background information and is available if you want that. And then I just wanted to say, as staff, we support the CAO in the recommendation, CEQA review, and especially an at-cost recovery CEQA review. It's hard to estimate how much it could cost and what that burden could be on the budget. But that's the information I have about it. I just wanted to let you guys know that we are online and available. And if Patrick wants to chime in, he can.
Thank you, Patrick. I would request that you do.
Sure. So I'm Patrick Flynn, Environmental Compliance Specialist with the Natural Resources Division. And while I was still in the Planning Division, I started this process with Eric at TVCE, and who's the agent for Tyler with the water company. So what this project is the county serving as CEQA lead agency for this project. We do not have a permitting role for this. Like, we do not have a permit to issue that will allow this project to move forward. But in order to complete the project, and particularly, I believe, with the grant program that the water company is using, they need a CEQA lead agency to analyze the impacts of the work that's going to be done, and then to follow the CEQA process, posting a notice of determination to the state clearinghouse and the clerk here in Weaverville. And the county, we created a new application process to take this in, and part of that process is to give a fee estimate to the applicant of an estimated cost of fees that it would take to complete the work. But in this case, because the Community Development Department is utilizing a cost recovery approach to fees, the fee that's in front of you, the $28.50, is only a deposit, and there could be additional fees that my time could be additional staff time that would need to be charged to the applicant. And it sounds like, based on the way that this agenda item is written, that those fees, could be greater than the $28.50 would also be waived. Just for a metric of what we're actually talking about here, $28.50, really rough numbers, is 31 of my hours. There could be, and I would say that that's depending on the quality of the submittal that we receive from the agent, from TVCE, for the CEQA work and the amount of peer review that needs to be done. That's probably a low estimate of the amount of hours it would take. It would probably be a little bit more than that. Just so you know, kind of a metric of where that's at.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that. Other questions? All right. So we have engaged public comment and ready for someone to make a motion if they care to.
I'll get things started with move to deny as proposed by staff.
I would second for discussion.
I have some discussion curiosities, I suppose. I'm curious. We did agree, the county did agree to be the lead agency, which was requested by the mutual. And so I was grateful for that. I understand 100% the concern with the fees and the potential for greater fees and the need for fees to come in order to pay our staff. So I'm curious to know if there's a way that we can maybe provide a letter of support for this project that the Water Mutual would be able to use in future grant proposals. And then also, I don't know how to word this, and I don't know that this is appropriate forum to consider this, but I want to say it. That we work somehow within our maybe our natural resources department, I'm not sure, to figure out as a county how we can support all of these water mutuals that are always sort of just, they're left to their own, figuring things out on their own. And I know that it's a challenge. I've lived through quite a bit of these water mutual scenarios, and And I know that in every scenario, we have these situations where they are caught between the rock and the hard place. They have to have permits in order to get the, the grants, and in order to start the planning, they have to. And so I would like to see us develop some type of way that the county can offer some level of support, or at least just create a congruency in a way that we can offer support when these water mutuals come to us. Because having clean, viable drinking water and the ability to have fire hydrants not only plays an enormous role in our ability to sustain property values and home values, but it also is imperative for the health and wellness of our communities. And it's also very necessary to even to be able to say we have communities. and we don't want all of these people to have their own springs, right? Because then we got more straws in the ground or in the hillside or what have you, and then we're changing water availability in subsurface flows. And we see how we have witnessed in the last several years what that does to water flow in our creeks, which is then kicks down to our ability to feed the Trinity with what we need in cold water refugia. It's all connected. And so if we can support our water mutuals who want to develop better systems that use less water more efficiently, that can provide enough pressure and retain pressure for fire reduction within communities, and increase clean, healthy water to our communities, we are going to then build greater property values, and we're going to attract more people who might want to live here who otherwise would be nervous to. And so I think that in our long-term projections, discovering a way to support these small water mutuals, whether it's through lower fees or subsidized fees or something like that, is something that I would like to see happen, or at least consider. I recognize that today might not go the way that I would like it to go, but I do want to extend myself, if I may, to help them find funding. And I would like to have asked that the board provide letters of support for this community to be able to get the grant funding that they need to continue.
So I would say letters of support are never an issue. These things are, obviously vital, but I think to the greater picture today is we have a CAO who's taking the 35,000-foot view on all things considered. And if we need to come down and look at these specific situations where help is needed and we need to figure out how to create, if this is something we want to put into some kind of a program, we want to, whatever these pieces are that need to be figured out. I guess from my standpoint today, I am concerned about what looks like a bit of a blank check, not knowing how much time will grow and the cost grows with it. And with that needing to lean on my CAO's recommendation.
Yeah, referencing the situation that I was familiar with, and my exposure is very limited to the water organizations to the Lewiston area, but literally that was a health and safety matter that I don't know how it would have been solved if one of the homeowners didn't step up and invest $10,000 to help replace that tank. Because otherwise it was going to go, nobody would have water. One of the houses would have been wiped out. And looking to those 15 families to come up with the money to do it in our lowest in the state economy was just not viable. And I think that's, we're talking about that times however many water companies are, and I don't even know that number in Trinity County. So I do think, Heidi, what you're suggesting is, I think, Trent is going to be bringing us a strategic plan to be looking at that has some specified priorities. And it sounds to me like what you're suggesting is that we ask for that plan to include some sort of investigation into how the county could play a more supportive role for the water companies that provide safe, clean water for our residents. It sounds to me, because it would have to be, to me, a priority that we said, okay, now we're going to put resources to that. We're going to try to get funding for that. We're going to try to do whatever. And it would have to fit amongst all the other things that they put together based on what the board approved before as a strategic plan. So, and I just mentioned all this because if that's something that we want to make as a part of this, is that it's motion to deny or approve. And we could make that as part of a motion, or we could just make it a general consensus to staff direction. I don't know, let you weigh in on that, or county council. But I do agree with you that it seems like it's very untenable for these small water companies to face multi-million-dollar projects. And yet if they don't, the communities can't exist. So I completely hear you. And I agree with what you were saying, that we seem to be in a blank check mode. We don't know the full cost of the project. We don't know what the funding reserves are and what they would cover. We don't know what even this first step is going to cost the county. So waiving the initial amount means probably nothing, because then if we needed to come back and waive the rest of the cost recovery fees, it is like a blank check to some extent. So it's a little bit of a black hole to me. But it's a big problem that I think we need to find a way to solve beyond this particular matter.
Absolutely, yes. I don't think that our projection into trying to figure out a way to address and help and support the water mutuals of our small communities needs to be dealt with in this motion.
Okay.
I think it definitely is something that we need to do some research on and find out who, where, what, when, how many, what they look like, the conditions of those. And then, and that's something I would be willing to be an ad hoc committee on, to invest some personal, some time into that. This isn't the first time that we've had, not in my district anyway, that we've had problems arise with whole communities not being able to provide safe drinking water. And it's far reaching. So I think it's something that I would be willing to look into and try to discover and do brief assessments on where they are and what their future holds. But I don't believe that needs to be addressed in today's motion.
Okay.
Chair, may I? So board, for consideration based upon what we've heard today and based upon what the discussion is, and to try to, again, be a good partner, and maybe alleviate some of the blank check, black hole issue mentality, would be to potentially, waive the initial minimum of the 2850 as and then a stop and consider that they would be required to come back for another discussion like this for any additional fee that would be required from staff time above, the approximately 31 hours that Patrick mentioned. That equates to that 2850, because like you said, some of it will be dependent upon the quality of CEQA product and CEQA documents that we get in for review from the applicants. So there are some variables there, but that would be one way to help encourage the project to continue because of the potential health and safety issues, which I think, we all recognized. I recognized before that. I mean, so that is a potential consideration, for the board. It keeps things going, but it doesn't allow the blank check to waive all fees associated with any type of cost recovery in the future for this particular project, which could get fairly significant depending upon the type of CEQA review that we're going through and the quality of documentation and what we need to do for this particular project. So just for consideration.
And is your assumption on that, this initial fee would be sufficient to get clarity about what the full costs would be?
I think it would. Like Patrick mentioned, that's about 31 hours of his time for review. So we would at least get some clarification in as we got documents in, as we knew what the further full scope of this potential project would be. If it goes above that 2850, which is the very high likelihood it would, and we'd get into the cost recovery type of mode at that point. just for consideration.
So this would be like an opportunity to subsidize this first portion, and then we'll.
Correct. This would be like a, start.
Hold the seat while they get started down the road, and then.
Right. Right.
My question would be, and I don't know if I should be addressing this to Tyler or to the planning department, but what kind of environmental document are we thinking we're looking at? Are we going to be able to do
we're hopeful that it'll be either a negative declaration or a mitigated negative declaration. That's our hope, just because it will that seems to fit the project requirements, I suppose. It is a requirement by state funding that we are compliant with CEQA within the project. But we have really tried to minimize impacts to hopefully allow for that either negative declaration or mitigated negative declaration due to amount of time it will require to process it, as well as costs associated with it. So we've definitely looked at options to try and make that happen. So but yeah, I obviously can't speak for the engineering office that's preparing it or the county that will be reviewing it. So I mean, like I said, if I could ask for a waiver rather than a fee waiver, a waiver that this project is a public benefit and therefore shouldn't be subject to CEQA, that's what I would ask for, but that is not a possibility. So I believe that everybody within the neighborhood that was serviced by this will be happy to see the new tank rather than research the visual impacts of the new tank, although it won't really be seen because it's above most of the houses. But anyway, that's neither here nor there.
Patrick, you have something to add?
Yeah, I just want to provide some clarification on that. Thanks for the question, Supervisor Frazier. The planning division was sent a preliminary project report by the agent, the engineer, and based on the information that was provided at that time and review with SHN, our consulting senior planners, it was determined that the ND negative deck or mitigated negative deck is the most appropriate approach, and so the fee of $2,850 reflects that.
Okay, thank you.
The system's footprint is gonna, correct me if I'm wrong, gonna pretty much stay the same. So replacements are being put in where the broken system is, like, or new pipes, those types of things are remaining in the existing footprint, with the exception of just a little bit of pad scooching, so we can make the pads for the tanks a little bit larger in some spots, but not too much.
That is correct. Yes, the water lines themselves fall under, I believe, one of the sections of CEQA that it's just repair and replacement of existing facilities. Mm-hmm. Therefore, they're not even really subject to it. The tanks themselves, there was quite a bit of discussion that we tried to facilitate, whether it be a state or county or anybody that would actually answer our question in regards to where does this fall within CEQA, and even ourselves just trying to read some of the language within CEQA. And due to it not being the same exact footprint as what's there, which is significantly too small, therefore we have to get a bigger tank. That is what triggered the CEQA in the first place. We definitely exhausted the options of not having to go through this, burden on the county or burden on us. But it wasn't legal, basically, to say that was repair and replacement of existing facilities when we were actually expanding the size of the tanks. So here we are.
I do just want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly, because I do hear without this, perhaps there's not even a way to move forward at all. What I'm still not clear on is if this is waived as was proposed, this deposit, which we think would cover the cost of if it turns out to be negative declaration, is the funding there to then move the project forward?
Yes, we have secured the funding, albeit we secured funding for what we thought the project would cost 3 years ago.
And how much is that?
At the time, we were told it was $3 million. We were not awarded that full amount. So we will basically be choosing what sections don't get replaced, what sections of the lines potentially don't have funding for. So, at a cost of, I believe it's around $60 a foot, every dollar that we don't have will be 1 foot of line we don't ultimately replace, I suppose. That is kind of, I guess when you ask what our contingency would be, I don't know that we have additional funding. It's more of what do we not complete is where we've pretty much discussed as a board. The tanks being our highest priority. For one, it will give us more storage capacity for fires and just for service to the residents. We currently don't have more than like a couple days of storage. We have very limited diversion allotment from the creek itself. So we're not supplying like ag water or anything else. It's a very set amount that we strictly monitor through our meters. So our biggest priority is getting the tanks. Beyond that, it's replacing the lines that are currently, leaking kind of in disrepair type of thing. So for every dollar we don't have, we'll probably just not replace a section. Okay. We have like not quite 2 miles of lines to replace, if I remember the.
And so the original project was estimated at 3 million. Yep. You're saying the costs have gone up. What is the amount of funding that you have received?
I should have brought that total with me. We are getting it from 3 different funding sources. DWR, and I can't remember the other 2. One of them comes from the state revolving fund, and something else that I don't want to misquote on as well. So I don't remember the final number that was awarded to us, which sounds crazy, I suppose, but I want to say maybe it was roughly half or just over half of what we had originally requested, I think. So if I had to shoot a number out there, I'm saying we maybe have $1.8 million of a $3 million project to work with. And, we're being told, this is what you need. This is what you have to do by some of the regulatory agencies. This is what you need to do. And then we're saying this is what it's going to cost, and this is how much money we have. And the numbers aren't all adding up to equating to getting the project done. So, so yeah, we will try to stay within compliance with all the regulatory agencies at the state level, and provide the water that we're supposed to with the money that we have. So I guess, the answer of the contingency would be what don't we complete within that piece of the puzzle.
And then you mentioned a reserve fund. Do you know how much that balance is?
Well, that's our own personal community water fund, and I think it's around $20,000, which our annual operating costs is more than that. For all what little classes I took being a board member on this, we're recommended to have 3 years worth of funding in reserve, just operational funding. If it costs us $28,000 for a year's worth of operational costs, we should have 3 times that. We have 20. So we have even tried to rate. We have actually raised rates since I've been on the board a couple of different times to try and keep up with cost increases of operation. And we still just seem to not, get ahead of that. I guess probably the same situation the county is in of even though we're raising rates with what we're allowed to do or what we can get everybody to agree to, we're still not getting over the hurdle of increasing our cash reserve funding. So even just the little repair that was done this weekend is coming out of that, albeit just the parts, but that's still with what little we have, I guess.
Thank you.
So I have a project question, and I don't know if it's for the CAO or Patrick. I don't know who is going to answer this, but when you go through all of the CEQA process and you come up with your negative declaration or your mitigated, and you don't have the money to do the whole project, and you say, well, we will do the parts that we have. How long does that stay in effect to where you then somehow acquired additional funds, you want to do the project, and to where you don't have to start all of the research all over again? Patrick's
phone a friend to Patrick on that one.
Sure, good question. So as long as the project doesn't materially change, the secret determination would remain in effect. So they could use that now or years later if the project isn't materially changed. The county's secret determination also, still remains in effect, and they could use that determination to seek additional grant funding later.
If I may, we have tried to think forward with that and have tried to put anything that we are requesting additional funding for within the scope of the secret document currently. So we're not back before you again in 2 years with this, if we end up having to kind of from a funding standpoint, piece the project together.
Sure.
So we have tried to foresee that within the document that we've written, not, with unrealistic things into the document of what may never happen, but like with actual realistic funding that we've been told we're in line for. So to the best of our ability, we've tried to, like I said, not have to be in front of you again in 2 years or have the county re-review CEQA for the same project again. So.
And potentially unlike the project before you that we just went through this whole discussion with, funding that you would seek could cover these planning costs, correct?
In theory, I suppose it could. I don't know for sure. They're all structured differently. Some of them are very specific, and some of them are less specific.
So I'm super torn here because health and safety is job one of county governance, and this is a health and safety issue. When we delve over and we get into matters of, well, the people's houses are going to be worth less and no one will buy them, that is sad and that is not desirable, but that isn't the county's responsibility, but health and safety is.
Right.
And so I guess I'm also looking at things that we have given fee waivers for in the past that now wish we could perhaps revisit maybe our thinking there. This thinking is good, but we are also into a health and safety conversation, which kind of shouldn't be a conversation. And so I just wonder if I'm just tossing this out for consideration. Is there any potential that something like this ends up being a bit of a loan, that clearly they need this, they need to move forward, they need to be able to utilize funding that has been received. But the county as a whole, like your staff report, the point was this doesn't benefit whole of county, but it is a health and safety issue. And so that's just challenging to think about.
Again, I think conceptually, yes, it could be. I think it comes down to the practicalities of administering something like that, and the accounting and the details, if you will. But I mean, conceptually, probably so. But in reality, for the amount of dollars we're talking about, it's probably not administratively and financially a wise decision to do that.
Understood. Thank you.
So I'll put forward a second motion to approve the waiver of the 2,850 deposit only, which I think is reflective of what CAO Todd Hill offered as an alternative.
And I would second. Sorry, I jumped in there, Heidi.
It's fine. No, I'm just happy.
I only wanted to do that to counter my previous second for discussion. So
Did you make a second?
I seconded that.
You seconded the second motion?
I did.
Right. You did use your microphone. I couldn't tell.
Further discussion? All right. We will be voting on the subsequent motion.
Chairman Cox.
Aye.
Supervisor Leutwiler.
Aye.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris.
Aye.
Supervisor Frazier.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. And compliments to your very attentive, well-behaved observers today. This is how it works. That's exactly right. This is a good day at school. Have a good day, kids.
Because I was amazed. My kids never sat still like that.
That's worth 28.
Yes.
Are candy canes left? Oh, good.
Talk about how it works on the way here.
That's right. I did work on the way home.
Okay.
Good to see you guys.
Human Resources, item 4.5, take the following action effective December 5, 2023. Number one, approve the job description, set the salary range, and add to the alphabetical listing of classifications, a principal civil engineer at range M259. And number two, add one principal civil engineer to the Department of Transportation's department allocation listing. Approximate cost in salary and benefits per month for a principal civil engineer at A-step is $13,664. HR Risk Management Director Cassis. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Board and Chairman Cox. I would like to just say that, number one, it says December 5th. This was originally drafted for the last meeting. We were waiting for acknowledgement from the union and so had to move it out. We now have that from them. But the date can be, January 1st if you, well, let's say today, the 19th, if you so please. Also, I'd like to point out that it is a short-term position. We are specifically looking for someone that will help us to bring up to date our different materials that we use within the department, for the roads and whatnot. They are out of date at the moment. So the engineer would help us with that tooling and whatnot that's needed for that. So we're looking for part-time as well as short-term, and they would also be available to help out in other areas where they're needed throughout the county.
All right, thank you. Questions? All right, hearing none, we'll open this to public comment. Seeing none in the room, is there any on Zoom?
I have no raised hands.
All right, we'll close public comment, bring it back to the board. Entertain a motion.
Move to approve as presented.
I will second.
All right, motion by Supervisor Lutweiler, second by Supervisor Carpenter Harris.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris.
Aye.
Supervisor Lutweiler.
Aye.
Supervisor Frazier.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Item 4.6, pursuant to Trinity County Code 2.60.500 D3, authorize employee ID number 01709 to carry over vacation hours in excess of the accrual limits up to 560 hours. And again, Director Cassis.
Thank you. This one is a second request. The first one was already approved. Normally, this individual would have 272-hour cap. They are now at 400, and they're looking to move to 560 hours for a cap. There's no emergency. There's no, reason other than, they're being paid right now, so it's not affecting a pay, it's affecting a liability that the county would hold moving forward, upwards of $12,000 extra in vacation pay liability would be on the books. So we're recommending not to approve it.
Recommending.
Not to approve it.
Okay, so I thought.
And is there a reason that this gets accrued and then is being asked to? Or I don't need to understand that. It can just be an is.
Currently, the employee is on 4850 leave of absence, and so not able to use their vacation time. So that they don't, as required by code, so that you don't get to the cap and that you don't lose the time.
Yeah.
They aren't able to use it because they're on 4850.
Got it.
And just to clarify while we have you, that so they are receiving full compensation while they are not working due to the workers' comp claim. And this is a request to extend the cap so that they can take additional vacation hours theoretically earned during this time period and add them to their growing number.
Correct.
And this has been going on for what period of time?
I believe it's about 1.5 years, 2 years.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions?
It would also, I'm sorry, mean that if they should leave employment, we would have to cash that out.
Right.
So.
Right, okay, thank you.
Mhm.
All right, with that, we will open public comment. Is there any in the room? Seeing none, is there any on Zoom?
I have no raised hands.
Okay, we'll close public comment, bring it back to the board. Someone care to make a motion?
Move to deny the request as recommended by staff.
I'll second.
Motion by Supervisor Lutweiler, second by Supervisor Frazier. Any further discussion? All right, Ashley, you can call for the vote.
Supervisor Frazier.
Aye.
Supervisor Lutweiler.
Aye.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris.
Aye.
Chairman Cox.
Aye. Thank you. Item 4.7, Sheriff, ratify the sheriff's signature on the memorandum of understanding with North State Major Investigation Team, NSMIT, Central Valley, California High Intensity Drug Trafficking Area, CBC, HIDTA, to significantly diminish the availability and use of illegal drugs, reduce and prevent violent crimes in the NSMIT's area of responsibility, and apprehend the responsible offenders, thereby increasing public safety and non-fiscal impact. Sheriff Saxon, good afternoon.
Hey, good afternoon. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here and discuss this item. I apologize for not being here at the last board meeting to be able to address this when it was on consent. I was at the state sheriff's bi-monthly board meeting. What we have here is, and just to start the conversation, I understand there was some confusion by members of the public. One of the issues that they brought up was the fact that they thought that code enforcement funding may be as a part of this, and that's absolutely untrue. No code enforcement funding is even tied to any of this MOU. This MOU has been a part of the county and part of the sheriff's office for well over 10 years. This agreement has been in place to assist Trinity County in participating in statewide efforts to reduce criminal activity. Specifically, there are several Northern California offices, Siskiyou County Sheriff's Office, Wairika Police Department, Mount Shasta. Formerly, we had Shasta County Sheriff's Office that was participating in this as well. They currently are not active in it because of staffing shortages. Trinity County is a part-time member of this organization now because we don't have full staffing to be able to participate all the time. But I can tell you that this gives us an opportunity to participate and continue our participation in the Central Valley of California HIDTA program, which is instrumental in providing us the opportunity to share intelligence information and give them intelligence information for up and down the Central Valley corridor, which helps us to stay in touch with current trends with drug trafficking, human trafficking, and also intelligence information with regard to the Joint Terrorism Task Force and the Central California Intelligence Center. This doesn't just deal with drugs, it also deals with human trafficking and other issues. I can tell you that we're all very much aware of and in support of those issues dealing with drug interdiction, human trafficking, weapons trafficking, and violent crime. Just a few weeks ago in November, I had an opportunity to go down to Southern California with many sheriffs and police chiefs. We had an opportunity to get a tour of the border. And I don't want to make this a political issue, but the issues that are going on at our border right now are horrendous. And I can tell you, we had firsthand tours of the port of entry at San Ysidro, and we got a tour of the actual border wall. We saw individuals crossing the border literally walking up to the US side, sitting down and waiting to be picked up by Border Patrol. We then went to a processing center where up to 800 people are processed per day to come and have access to the United States. When speaking to individuals working at Border Patrol, they have a process that they try and identify these individuals, but many of them are still admitted to our country with no idea pretty much who they are, and they're being released into our communities. When talking with Homeland Security, FBI, DOJ, even members of the Coast Guard, these individuals are still involved in trafficking operations because we know for a fact that on the southern part of the border, drug cartels and drug trafficking organizations, they control that side. They allow people for money to come into our country. One of the things that the NISMIT operation, NISMIT MOU allows us to do is to share information for from Southern California up to Central Valley to allow us to be able to participate in keeping our community safe. And that's what this operation does. And I highly recommend and highly suggest that you allow ratification of my signature on this MOU. So I leave that open to your questions for me.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Questions? Yep. All right. Thank you. With that, we will open to public comment. Seeing none in the room, is there any on Zoom? Tom?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, Tom Belenko, Douglas City. I do want to again thank the board for bringing this to the regular agenda off consent, and I appreciate the sheriff's comments. My own apologies for not being able to be there in person. I understand the challenges that the sheriff outlined, and I think those are important. I wish that this program was used to address challenges like that. My concern about this very issue is what appears to me like the performative aspect, where we create a reason to use this funding. I see NISMIT referenced in a number of search warrant applications for what in this last season seemed to be a dozen raids in Trinity Pines. This is not something coming from shared information or any kind of other existential threat to Trinity County. These are a couple of flyovers a few days before. Oh, there's a grow down there. Let's put together a multi-agency raid. I think that's an appropriate use of our resources and of these funds. What those raids accomplish could be accomplished by code enforcement. One deputy or county official and a letter, ideally with an escort from the Hmong community. I think this sends the wrong message, particularly to our Hmong community, particularly in our alliance with Siskiyou County that has an atrocious record with their Hmong community. If we are focusing on things like fentanyl, things like actual human trafficking, great. I would love to see these funds like this. I'd love to see our guys in our sheriff's department get some funding. I know we need it. I think this sets our priorities in the wrong place and forces us to act like we are addressing things that don't need this kind of response. If our end goal here is to drive everyone out of Trinity Pines, I think we're going to have an even bigger problem. We don't want the left hand saying, you know, I know the carrot and the stick, but we want a pathway to compliance for those people so that we have a chance at not having a Superfund site in the center of our county. So anyway, I appreciate the sheriff's examination. I know the board is in a difficult place, but I would like to keep tabs on this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have no other raised hands.
Okay, with that, we will close public comment, bring it back to the board.
I move to approve as presented.
I'll second.
Motion by Supervisor Lutweiler, second by Supervisor Frazier. Any further discussion?
I have some questions. Am I allowed?
You are.
To Sheriff Saxon?
Yep.
I don't know if this is data that you can share, but in reading, I see that 299 is one of the north. It's scarier than I want it to be in terms of human trafficking and hard drugs, being trafficked, fentanyl and what have you. These funds will they help you keep track? I just want to, so if someone in the Central Valley has information on someone and there's suspicion that they may be crossing over to Highway 101 and you have an encounter with this person and you engage your resources, these resources come in, flood you with the information that other sheriff's departments and even CHP and other agencies have that may be tied to specific people if they're stopped in our area.
Okay, let me be clear with regard to the MOU. It talks about funding. There are no specific funds that are tied to this MOU.
But it opens the communication lines. It allows you
opens
to pair into and pair out of
It opens the
information.
availability to funding. My last meeting that I had with the NISMIT board, the funds were becoming smaller and smaller through the federal government to the HIDA, the Central Valley HIDA. These funds have to be applied for on a reimbursable basis. We don't get a certain amount of funding from NISMIT to conduct our operations. They're reimbursable.
Okay, so set funding aside, if that's possible, I'm wondering, you can share data is what I'm asking you. Like, if you don't have this agreement in place with these other agencies, do you still share data, or is data heightened because you're in this agreement in terms of information about maybe bad players?
The ability to share the information is increased by participating with NISMIT.
Okay, that's what I was trying to ask.
And what it also does, it acts as a force multiplier, because by participating with NISMIT, it opens the door for joint operations, so that we assist Siskiyou County in an operation. They will then assist us without having to expend additional funds. In other words, they'll send their individuals down to help us, just like Shasta County will, Humboldt County will, Mendocino County will. We will expend our resources on our personnel. They will not charge us. We will not charge them. So that's what I say. It's a force multiplier.
Okay, so it's a bonding agent, basically.
Basically, you're correct. But what it does, it opens the door so we can get additional information. For example, 1 or 2 years ago, there was a fentanyl dealer that was operating in Trinity County. We were able to work with NISMIT and with CCIC and the FBI and DOJ. We were able to participate in an operation to track that dealer back to San Francisco, then through the Central Valley. Eventually, that individual was tracked to a larger dealer, and we were able to shut down a network. We can't do that by ourselves. And we know that there's drugs going on here in Trinity County, just like in Shasta County, just like in Siskiyou County. We individually do not have the resources to tackle that. So by participating in these task forces, just like with the Northern California Coalition for Safer Communities, it provides more networks of information so that we can act upon these tidbits of information, feed them into a network of databases so that we can then share information.
Okay, thank you.
Good. All right. Anything further? All right. We have a motion by Supervisor Lutweiler, second by Supervisor Frazier.
Supervisor Frazier.
Aye.
Supervisor Lutweiler.
Aye.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris.
Aye.
Chairman Cox.
Aye. All right, before we move into closed session, I'm going to report out on the need a date.
December 5th.
Thank you. Closed session. On that agenda, item 5.1, Government Code Section 54954.5B, Conference with Real Property Negotiators, address 105 Hawthorne Street, Weaverville, California 96093. Agency negotiator Trent Tuthill and Margaret Long, negotiating party, to be determined under negotiation, price and terms of sale and payment. For that item, direction was given to staff. Item 5.2, Government Code Section 54954.5C, Conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, number of cases 1, no reportable action was taken. Item 5.3, Government Code Section 54954.5C, Conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, number of cases 1, Trinity Indian Creek MHP et al. Versus Candy Hoover et al. Trinity County Superior Court case number 23CL067, no reportable action was taken. Item 5.4, Government Code Section 54956.95, liability claimant, claim number TIBZ 600127, employee number 02164. Direction was given to staff. Today's closed session, item 5.1, Government Code Section 54954.5C, Conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, number of cases 1. Item 5.2, Government Code Section 54954.5F, Conference with labor negotiators, county's designated representatives, Margaret Long, Leila Cassis, and Susie Hawkins, employee organizations, Deputy Sheriff's Association, and HHS unit. Is there any public comment on today's closed session items? Seeing none in the room, is there any on Zoom?
I have no raised hands.
All right, with that, we will close the open session of today's meeting and say Merry Christmas.